Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy, that is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
mine is my screen as usual. There we go. It's also a little blurry. That's just my face. It's blurry. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. And as usual, we'll be kicking off today's episode with a little bit of a advertisement for our wonderful Discord channel. We have had a lot of fun over the last few weeks. There's been some, how should I say, battle royale D&D games made by some of our beautiful mods. Mr. Space Guy was really, really helpful doing that. And we also recently did something secret that we cannot discuss yet. But eventually, it will be, most likely, aired. And we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of games night every Tuesday now, which has been a set day. So if you want to play some games like Fall Guys or, well, yeah, I mean, whatever else we figure. Dictionary. Don't play Dictionary. That's really boring.
I practiced today.
you play Dictionary or Pictionary?
Nah, Fall Guys.
Oh yeah,
I'm not very good at the old.
It's good. It's good to practice.
Game
It's good to practice. You need to get your screaming in. You need to learn how to scream the right way. We also have pictures of pets, and we have a channel, which is probably the most active one at the moment, where you can share your food, and you can show all your Instagram pictures of your food, which I never realized when I was 16 that was going to be a thing. I probably would have copyrighted it. Anyway, join our Discord. We have lots of fun. And come and hang out with us, and you might be able to join some of our one-shots and weird shots. Yep, that we do every now and then, or play some computer games with us. That's cool.
And there is also, I will just say, openings at the moment for one shots for Battle Royale that Brandon's putting on. So there are actually openings at the moment. If you want to jump in, I think there's room for like 4 people.
That is correct.
So.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
And with community game nights as well, we do have leaderboards and prizes. So as fun as it is, just come and hang out and make friends with us. You can also win stuff.
Yes. Definitely. Yes.
You can win a night out with Ingwe.
Ingwe, yeah, not Jacob.
Yeah. It will be bird's eye view. Oh, good. I think that's the only announcement that we really have today because we cannot talk about certain things. So, my name is Tom. I'm the producer and dungeon master of Monsters and Mayhem. And if you have more dice than, what did I write down? Favorite TV shows, then you have come to the right place. Anyway, let's kick it off with a small little recap of last time's trauma. Let me put a little bit of music on and a little bit of background storm because that is relevant. So you are heading into winter. The day before today was a relative scary one. You arrived at the city of Kingshelm, and almost immediately upon traversing through the center, it became clear that the garrison was under attack by something. You all dived in to help and try to ascertain what was going on in the situation, room by room going through what seemed to be a battlefield. Something or someone had killed an entire garrison worth of soldiers. Some were caught by surprise while they were sleeping. Some put up a fight but had no chance of actually winning. As you one by one went through the rooms, you eventually came to what seemed to be a old church part of this garrison, and you found a lion's guard crucified and another lion's guard crucified. This other one was Logan, who you knew, and everyone seemed to be dead except Logan had managed to somehow fight back enough to stay alive. You managed to heal him enough for him to not be bleeding out and not be dying actively. You also rescued a little girl called Mina, whose father was working at the garrison when this happened and unfortunately didn't make it. After a bit of questioning, you were released to go on your own business and do whichever you wanted, not having told Langdon Steelsinger, who seemed to be in charge, about the little girl that you had taken with you, or too much information about your connection with Logan. The only clue as to who had done this was that Logan's words, or word that he could speak at the time, was Aaron. And the Aaron that you know was Aaron Crimson Wright, who also was knighted at the same time as Logan was. And he was also nowhere to be seen. There was no body, or no Aaron anywhere, in the parts that you saw, at least. You managed to find the little girl's house by letting her lead the way. And you had a long rest at her house. Some of you sitting outside on the porch. Some of you sitting inside. Some of you keeping guard. And some of you simply just sleeping. It was morning when you arrived at the city. So after all of these events had transpired, it is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after you have finished your long rest. And that's where we'll begin tonight's episode. In the little house with the little girl.
Hey, Ingwe, are you there?
Yeah, I'm at the front.
Gonna get up from the table where I've been carving this symbol of Ran onto my necklace. Just walk over to him and... Does this look alright to you?
Yeah, it looks good. What is it? Is it a rabbit?
It's just... No, it's the symbols of the gods. It's my amulet, and I just carved the Ran into the middle, because normally he's not there.
Yeah, looks amazing, man. You're such a good carver. I'm so impressed.
Took me 8 hours.
Yeah, it could. I can see them all there. There's the Stormlord and the other guys.
Yep. Yep. Maybe I'll let John. Maybe I'll tell John to let you borrow the book sometime. Put the amulet back on. Have you seen anyone out here, by the way?
Well, I've been just watching and just trying to get a gauge of the community, and if anyone's worried about us being here, or I'm really trying to find someone. I'm a bit worried about this girl, Mina. I don't think we're really the sorts of people that can look after a small child, human child. If you know what I mean. Like, no, I get the impression, like humans' lives are kind of short, and they feel important to themselves for a short amount of time, and we're not very stable.
That is true. Question, DM. How old is this child? Do we reckon?
She was 12 years old, I believe. That's it.
Well, she's older than I was when I was left on my own. Admittedly, I was left with the church, so at least that's something stable, but wasn't exactly with family.
Anyway, you're still sitting out front, right?
Yeah.
You hear a... Oh, you're with him as well. Okay. So both of you hear a roof tile fall off on one of the adjacent buildings. As you look up, you see just a snippet of someone moving across the roof. And then you see another person moving across one of the other roofs. Both of them seem to be in a V formation, so both of them are on two different sides.
Would Derlin or myself have caught that as well? Because we were taking alternating shifts on the roof for lookout.
What is your passive perception again? It is 16. You would have caught the two of them, yeah. You would have caught both of them as well.
Okay.
So you would have seen this as well. And you because you're on the roof, you can see clearly that this is two towns guards with bows that are moving towards the house on the roofs.
The house that we're in.
So you're in this house, and then the two houses in front, they are on the roofs of those two houses aiming towards this house. They're not like actively aiming, but they are moving towards the house on the roof.
And does it look... So, from what I've perceived, does it look like someone's coming to us, or they're like... They've been there all the time, and I've just noticed them because they made a mistake? Or is it like they're closing in?
It looks like they're closing in. They're moving into position on the roofs.
I will turn invisible.
Very well.
And I have one turn to move, so I'm going to move to the other side of the street.
Okay.
Because I'm on the front porch, I'm going to turn invisible and then try and run to the other side of the street. And then I'm going to try very quickly as I change on the other side of the seat to change my appearance to be Jam.
Okay. Are you making yourself visible again, or are you still staying in the zone?
I only have 6 seconds of invisibility, so I will definitely be visible.
Right, okay. Make a stealth check with advantage. Because you are invisible.
Oh, that is not a very good rolls. And I'm not very stealthy. 8.
Okay. So, as you move, you also notice that there is a third person on a third roof.
Yeah.
And that guy, he clocks you, and he follows you with his bow while you're invisible. You can see him just
Watching my
following you.
footsteps
The
in
other
mud.
two,
Yeah.
the other two are just aiming at the house or like looking at the house. But he's like specifically looking for you, and he sees you pop out of the invisibility, and he's just looking at you there with his bow. He's still not ready, like he's not trying to shoot you, but he is watching you. And after this happens, you also hear footsteps, and you see 20 guards appear in formation, and in front of it is Langdon Steelsinger. And they move towards the house very slowly.
Sean's gonna pull out his stone from on top and just whisper into it. We got plenty of guards approaching. Everyone just be wary. I don't know if they're just checking in on us or what. Drop it down, and I don't know if there's anywhere he can take cover on the roof, but he's basically going to try find somewhere where he can sort of duck down a bit, knock an arrow.
Yeah, you can probably take, like, I would say that it's not like this type of roof, but it's more like kind of like this. So there's a little bit of a slope on one side. You can probably hang on there, or you can go through the window. That's up to you.
Nah, he'll stay on the roof, and he'll slide down into a position to try and get some cover, knock an arrow, but keep it out of sight from them type thing, and just sit there keeping an eye on them.
Right.
Particularly, he's keeping an eye on the ones on the roof.
Right. Are you trying to hide as well, right?
Not so much hide myself, just trying to hide the fact that I have a bow and arrow in my hand.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. 13.
Okay. They seem to react to you doing that, and they also clock their arrows and have them ready. And Derlin disappears. You cannot see him. He is just gone. When you look back where he was, he's not there anymore.
Okay.
Drakik is going to just lean into the house because he doesn't have a stone. He's just going to say, not loud enough to wake the girl up, but hopefully loud enough so that Celeste can hear him. He's just going to be like, "We've got company." And then he's just going to sit on the front step because he's seen Ingwe flutter off to the other side of the street. And he's just going to sit there and watch the guards as they approach. But he's also preparing Thunderwave in case anything happens.
Sorry, did Jod say something into his sending stone? I was distracted for 2 seconds.
Yes, he told you there was guards coming. And there were
Okay.
people on the roof, I think you said that as well.
Yeah. The guards coming, don't know if they're coming to just check on us or if they're coming to cause trouble. Just everyone be wary and at the ready. Something along those lines.
Right. Celeste is going to... I'm going to talk back into my sending stone, kind of quietly, because the girl, I'm assuming, is still like asleep in the bed, or at least resting.
Yeah.
And I'll say, Well, we were warned that they were going to come and pay us a visit, and either way, we've got nothing to hide. Happy to subject myself to whatever questions they have, as long as they don't lay a hand on us.
I agree. It's the bows and arrows in the hands and the ones on the roof that have me a little concerned.
Trust me, they can't afford to lose any more of their own at the moment. I doubt they're here to pick a fight.
Agreed.
Well, I'm outside. I might drop. I might go talk because Langdon's coming. That man that everyone thought was in charge. I'll go talk to him. Hey.
Don't go by yourself, Ingwe.
Drek's here.
Right.
Drekik can't hear you if you're whispering in the stone.
And then I drop Jam.
Right.
And approach Langdon's Steel. And so I'm on the opposite side of the street, and I want to approach him in a way that, like, we will meet up a distance from the house.
Right. So he's moving towards the house. You're coming out from a sideway, and you meet about 10 meters in front of the house.
Yeah.
And him and his men, he makes a motion, and they all stop. Well, there we are again, my friend. I am here to pay you a visit, as I promised.
Certainly, it's very serious business. Well, what have you discovered? Have you apprehended the person who did this? Have you figured out what's going on?
I think this is better that we have this conversation inside in the house of the recently deceased man, right?
Oh, I don't know. It's Mina's house. It's not ours. Maybe we should go somewhere more appropriate.
No, I think it is better we have this conversation now before any further misinformation and miscommunication happens.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, it is not Mina's house. Technically, it's the garrison's house, but that is a detail.
It's your house. You're
not
in the
my
house.
personally, but it's the garrison's.
You want to go inside?
Yes, I have a key as well if I need to.
You have a key for that. It's your house.
It is not my house. That is not how this works. But that's for this conversation's brevity to say, yes, it's my house.
It's your house, and you'd like to go inside the house to talk to us about. I don't know if we should. Maybe we should go to like the tavern or something, or to the barrack. Would you like me to take? Why don't you take me to the barracks and we'll talk there.
I am getting very suspicious of you, Mr. Ingwe, Mr. Polar Bear. I think we should have this conversation inside.
Well, okay.
Drekik would have made his way up by now, seeing this, and he would have just been like, "Come on, Ingwe, let him inside, but try to keep any conversation about the girl's father to a respectable level."
Of course.
Yeah. Well, she's sleeping, so and she's worried. She was I just don't know if we should be in someone else's home. It seems rather rude to invite all these people in. It's not my home. Maybe we should ask you. But
I think this is a small detail that we can easily just ignore. Mr. Drekik, would you please let me in the house?
I'm just going to nod, but I still do not like this guy. This guy sucks. I have a massive scowl on my face as I'm nodding towards this guy, and I just start leading him to the house.
Well, he makes another hand motion, and the rest of those 20 guards span out and make a circle around the house, facing outwards.
Ingwe's going to try and engage in conversation with like all of the soldiers and be like, "Oh, hello. Nice to see you. I didn't. Oh, actually, can I recognize any of the soldiers that I saw? So no soldiers from the
You
previous...
have not seen any of these individuals before. They also seem to be highly, like a regiment. They ignore you completely. They do not respond to you whatsoever.
Yep,
but
cool.
they form an iron ring around the house facing outwards, so to protect the house from outside interference. Not so much as protecting the city from you specifically.
Yep. And so I would like to try and find someone in that group that has similar like features to someone else that I know to
Okay.
try and I'm just stalling, like I'm literally just being like, so when it, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. So are you looking for a specific one, or is it just trying to see if there's someone you can use later for a disguise self? Or...
No, I'm specifically looking to just be like, oh yeah, you look like teachers do this sometimes, like like in real life, you're like, oh, you look, I know your family, like, let's engage you in a conversation. Oh, that's not your family? Oh, no, like, just trying to be like, this is completely normal and I'm fine and very happy, but I would like to slow down your progress of going inside this house.
Right. So the guards themselves ignore you completely. They just make an iron ring as they were told.
Mm-hmm.
And Langdon is moving towards the door with Drekik.
Yeah.
Right. Do you let him in?
Can I roll an insight check on how hostile this guy is towards us?
You can make an inside check if you want to. That's perfectly fine.
Excuse me, DM, does he look like a douchebag?
13.
I mean,
does he look like he's going to
depends.
murder us?
He looks undecided.
Okay. I really hate this guy. Okay.
He looks undecided for that specific inquiry. And in regards to if he looks like a douchebag, I don't know if you remember how he actually does look, but I'll just explain it again. Very bright purple clothes, looks a little bit like a musketeer with 2 rapiers, golden handles, a little mustache, a little bit of a curly hair coming down as well. But, I mean, define douchebag, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty much the definition right there. I think.
We have set the base for douchebag. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll let him in. I'm obviously keeping my guard up the whole time, but I open the door and I just say, "Blessed, we have guests."
Celeste will make sure that that Mina is resting. Kind of, has she like awoken, disturbed? Like, is she still asleep?
She's kind of awake, but she's not like really awake. She's like just kind of moving around. You can see that if you started talking to her, she would hear what you're saying, but she's not getting out of bed. She's just kind of staying there.
Alright, I'm going to look around the room and see if I can find some sort of like a stuffed animal or like toy, like a comfort toy, like a blanket or
That's
something.
A little teddy bear.
Yeah, and I will kind of sit on the edge of the bed and kind of pass it to her and stroke her hair back a little and just say, I'm just going to pop outside. I'm just in the living room. Let me know if you need anything, but don't come outside for a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Right, just stay in here. I won't be far away.
You can see there's a little name tag on the teddy bear. It's called Ingolf.
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 Writing down that, very important.
Well, I don't know. But she seems to be staying in bed and just kind of holding the bear.
And then, as I hear Drekik, I will stand up and open the door. From what I remember, that room is like down a little hallway, and then that opens up into like a living room kitchen area.
So there's one room up at the top, which is pretty much her bedroom. And then there's a little adjacent room there, which is kind of like a makeshift closet kind of room. It's where all the storage stuff is. It's a very small house. It's not really that big. But on the first floor, you go down a little set of stairs on the right side. And then there's a little living room with a little sofa. There's a table. It's kind of like a rocking chair in the corner. And then there's some plants and a few makeshift things you can sit on. It's not a rich apartment, but it's a functional apartment, and it looks clean. It's not a very big one. There's only one way in and one way out, which is the main door, which is typical for these places.
Alright, so stepping out, I will close the door behind me, make my way down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And as I come down, just kind of lean up against like the bottom of the little hallway stairwell. Just kind of cross my arms over my chest and just say, I was wondering how long it was going to take you to come find us. Hope it wasn't too difficult for you. We didn't really have a forwarding address to leave.
Well, Miss Celeste, I am pleased to make your acquaintance again. Please join us. I think we need to have a little talk.
Yes, absolutely. That's why we told you, we'd be here. We told you we wouldn't leave, so I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you.
Oh, I'm glad. And he sits down in the rocking chair in the corner. Where is the rest of your compatriots? I think we need to have a conversation with all of them.
I'm sure they'll make their way here eventually.
Well.
I think they all know you're here, so should be filtering in soon.
Very well. Would you like some tea?
No, thank you.
Well, very well. And he walks over to the little kitchen and he starts making tea.
Seems
Do you
to be
stay
making
on the-
himself quite at home, hey?
Do you stay on the roof, Sean, or what is your plan?
100% staying on the roof.
Cool. You stay on the roof. That's perfect, fine.
I trust them inside, and I don't trust these guys on the roof. So yeah.
Right. At one point, you realize Derlin on one of the other roofs behind one of the guards. And he's just making eye contact with you. And he's just saying,
Let's try to signal like, stay down, calm.
right. And he slopes down the roof again and disappears out of sight.
Yeah.
Langdon makes some herbal lemon tea. And he puts the, what do you call that? Like the, I can't remember English. The pot of tea on the table. That is
Kettle?
Kettle.
Teapot?
The kettle knows the pot black.
He puts it there, and he puts some cups there that he seems like he knew where everything was. And he sits down again on the rocking chair. So, I'm not sure if you're all still here or not, but we do need to have a conversation. See, I am very appreciative that you helped with the situation and you helped save Logan. However, I do have some questions about some questionable behavior. Like, you did not mention that you took a witness away from the crime scene, and she must be upstairs.
Yes, the daughter of one of the guards at the garrison. She was quite distressed, and given the mayhem and the shambles of the moment, we thought, there were dead people, and better to get her away sooner rather than later. We thought perhaps we'd take her back home. Perhaps she would have a mother waiting for her, but unfortunately when we arrived, we found out that her last remaining parent was one of the guards at the garrison. So we've just been waiting here until someone came to collect us.
Right. So, I appreciate the honesty. So, Anton Lentz was her father, and unfortunately her mother has been passed away from some time. I just find it curious that you would forget to mention this in the heat of the moment after we had our conversation, which is a very important part of my investigation, of course.
Well, I don't know how fond your memory is, but you did actually direct us to leave pretty hurriedly after you got the information. You said, all the guards came out and you were walking us out of the building. We didn't really think it was the appropriate time, and as I mentioned, we were trying to find the other parent of Mina, so we didn't really know it was pertinent to the investigation until we arrived here, and by the time we got here she was exhausted, almost catatonic, about to fall into a state, so we thought get her to go to sleep, and when she awoken we'd find out more information if she had other family, or if we needed to return to you. I didn't realise that the 12-year-old child was your ward, so I do apologise if there was some sort of miscommunication.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Oh, I got good persuasion! I'm a bard!
That's a charisma check.
The face of the bodies becomes the face of the body.
25 for persuasion.
Well, my apology for suspecting you of any foul play. I just do need to gather all the threads, so to speak. Of course, this is a very concerning situation, but Logan did inform me of your trustworthiness. But I did not meet you before, so I have to be careful due to my position. I do not trust anyone, including
No,
you.
absolutely. Anyone whose entire garrison gets slaughtered by something known as the Black Legion, I would expect you to be apprehensive of newcomers to the city.
Of course.
Not surprising at all.
I appreciate your directness. Anyway, and he pulls out it's like a little notebook, and takes out a pencil. So, how much do you know about this Black Legion of sorts, huh?
not a lot at all. We walked in, well, my compatriot walked in, and they saw the writing on the wall in the chapel. They called out to us and they said, there are dead bodies in here, something's happened. We walked in and saw the writing on the wall, and then the bodies hanging there. And unfortunately, Logan himself seemed to be, or have some semblance of life within him still. But this Black Legion, it's not something that I recognize or know much of at all.
Make a deception check. That is a direct lie.
Deception.
Don't know much. Not at all.
Okay. Let me try that again.
There's no floor in the house anymore.
Where did it go?
I don't know. It's down somewhere under my desk. Okay. 23.
He doesn't seem to take any notice. He just seems to be writing it down. Well, I am also a bit surprised. Obviously, this is a very strange situation, and we are under the impression that Aaron Crimsonright is the man to blame. He seems to be the only one who was supposed to be on shift that day who did not survive, because he was not there to fight in the first place. He is missing as of current, and we believe that he may or may not have gone into hiding. If you do see this individual, please let me know, of course. I am here to assist.
Sorry, I recognize that name. He was one of Logan's associates, was he not?
Yes, and he turns on to another page. Yes, he was one of the individuals who got knighted at the same time as Logan when you individuals were the wards of certain individuals that you were protecting, I believe, as far as my information goes.
Yes, correct. We were there by invitation, job. Actually, we were hired to accompany some notable patrons to the knighting ceremony. I believe that's the last time we saw Logan and Aaron there. I think so. I don't think we've seen them since. We left Kingshelm not long after. Went up to Kronos, and we've only just returned.
Interesting. It also notes here that you were in Helga's Fred under the attack of the pirates, where Aaron also seemed to show up with his associate Sasha, who was unfortunately no longer with us. So this is technically the third time that you have been in proximity of Aaron Crimsonright, which is also curious, but not necessarily a problem.
No, well, I suppose if you're counting proximity to guilt, then there would be far more people higher on your list than us.
Duly noted. He writes down a little note after he said that. Well, my main purpose for being here is to secure the little girl, to make sure that she's taken care of and looked after. Fortunately for her, under the circumstances, Father Anton had quite a lot of pension saved up, so she won't be in any problems money-wise for a bit. And even though this garrison owns this place, she is free to live here. I would suggest that someone takes care of her in the meanwhile, and I am sure that we can find someone who is a respectable manner. Could be a
Does the garrison
temporary
have
family.
any sort of records, family members, or was there a will that was left perhaps by Anton?
Anton, even though he was a good soldier, was unfortunately not in possession of much, and as such, usually by rights, everything that he possesses goes to his next of kin, which is his daughter. So this house itself is not his, but the furniture here is his, of course, and everything within it, even his tea, technically. But that is a matter of opinion. There is no other next of kin, unfortunately, for this young girl.
Yes, but not necessarily an act of, who gets what. More in the case of, does he have any sort of extended family, cousins, aunts, grandparents, his parents, anyone that could potentially look after this girl, because she is quite young, and we will not be staying here, past this investigation, most likely.
Oh, no, no,
Just
no.
passing through. So, do you have someone in mind who would be able to take care of her? Because the last thing I'd want is for her to end up on the streets, unable to take care of herself.
No, man, that will not happen under my watch. I am very careful in protecting the families of those individuals who serve under the crown. Anton himself has been a loyal subject for a long time, and of course, under the circumstances, we would like to take care of his family. Unfortunately, there is not a lot of family to take care of. He's not shared a lot of information with us, and there is no father, mother, sister, or cousin, or anything like that that is associated. So, what we usually do in situations like this is that we find someone who is how should I say, a woman of notable, respectful presence to act as a mother in the situation, and we will pay her to take care of the family, and in this case, just the daughter. And then when the daughter becomes old enough, she will inherit whatever is left to her by her father. So we have a good system for that, but unfortunately, he does not have any extended family that we know of.
Right. Well, I will have a conversation with her just to, if you don't mind, I would like to just speak to her because at the moment I don't even think that she's processed the fact that her father's died. So if we just start shipping her off to some random lady and say, here's your new mother, it might come as a bit of a shock to her. So I would like at least a day.
Yes, no, we would not ship her off to anyone. The lady would come here and she would continue to live in her house if she wished to.
Right.
But I understand. That is not a place for you to take care of her if necessary. That is not really the right way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not equipped at all to deal with, to look after or raise children at the moment. So I was hoping that there would be someone to look after her.
Yes, of course, I understand that too. As I said, I am just here to take care of the girl. Obviously, we will have some questions for her eventually when she is processed, but at the moment, I think that what we have from Logan is more than enough to continue our search for Aaron.
Well, if we can be of any assistance, please let us know.
Logan
I will.
awake.
In and out of consciousness, but he has been able to say a few sentences before going back into his current state. He's not in a great mental capacity at the moment to have deep conversations, but we have gathered enough information to search for this perpetrator.
Well, when he's better, I would like to go and see him, but for now, I think we should let him rest. You did mention that he was being held at the where was that? Sorry.
It's at the Garrison Hospital, if you can say it like that. It is at the what did I call it? Halls of Justice. There's a section specifically for high-ranking members of the Lions Guard.
Right. Well, when the time comes, I might go and take him some flowers or something. What do you think, Drekik?
Flowers are a nice drink.
Oh, flowers or a nice drink. Sorry, I thought
Yes.
you said it. Ah, yes.
Well, and is also good.
No, I thought we said ah. Flowers are a nice drink. No, sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm still not quite with it after the events of yesterday. Sorry. Well, this morning, I suppose.
You really are a curious bunch, you know.
Mr. Steelsinger.
Yes, Ingwe.
If I may, we are. I know that you've come for a very specific reason, and you've asked some specific questions.
Yeah.
I thought it was the appropriate time to let you know why we're here. Like, we came to the city because we're a traveling band of investigators, and we
Right.
work various jobs. The name of our company is called VK Incorporated. You may have seen our advertisements in the sky of the various cities.
Yes.
We've previously worked for the Karameshis. We were actually on a job when we met Logan and Anton that first night, and there was an incident. Do you know much about the incident that happened on the night?
Yeah, so this is curious, actually. It seems here that there was an investigation into the attack on two of our guards that night that led to them unfortunately perishing. One incident mentions someone simply teleporting out of a room after saying words like "Hail the Black Legion," which is considerably interesting, considering that you said that you had not have any conversation before about this incident.
Well, at the time, I actually wasn't. I was with Orion in the room. He was drunk, and so when you say have we had conversations, it was very quick. It was maybe like less than a minute that we were involved in this incident. However, as part of our employment for the Karamishi family, we followed up. Are you aware of the twice cursed city and the Church of Larik?
I understand both. Yes, I've seen both.
Well, we, as part of our investigation, think that they're linked. Well, actually, we know that they're linked because the individual that was there on the night, we followed to the city of the Gradfolk, and we're now gathering. Well, actually, we haven't spoken to the Church of Larik, but our next port of call is to speak to the Church of Larik about ridding the evil in that city. And I'm not sure because we haven't completed our investigation. But
at this point, can Drakic sneeze and cast Cold Breath at Ingwe?
Cold breath?
Yeah, like my Cold Breath breath weapon.
Sure.
Hold on. So I'm going to do it under the disguise of a sneeze. You
don't have to do
dex.
damage. Don't have to do damage if you want to. You can just
damage.
But yeah,
Max damage.
2d8.
With Ingwe's 6 hit points.
Ingwe gets up.
It was only 9 damage. But you have to make a dex saving throw, apparently.
Well, that's right. That's a third of my damage. So no.
the hat all over again.
What's the dex? Yep. Okay. Yep.
Is it
It's not a natural one, but one.
okay. You fail.
Fail my save.
Whoa,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Dragon.
Drakic, perhaps we should take you to the medical bay.
just happens sometimes.
Right. That is curious. I will note that down. And he flips through his little notebook. Do you
I do
remember?
hope it's not getting contagious. Drakic, I know you were saying you had a sore throat yesterday. I do hope that it's not spreading to the rest of us. Do make sure
I'm
you
sure
clean
it'll
that up.
pass. It just must be the travelling that got to me finally. That's all.
No, it's
Right.
just getting cold out.
Do you, by any chance, remember how this individual looked that you were talking to or talking about, Mr. Ingwe?
Which individual are you talking about?
The one at the party that you mentioned.
Like
the
this.
old man.
The one who was linked to something else.
Orion, and I will cast Disguise Self and turn into... It's Orion, right? The guy that I was... Is that right?
Oron.
Orin. I will Disguise Self into Orin.
That is a very interesting trick. He makes another note as well. No, I was referring to the individual that you were tracking to be linked, but...
Oh, sorry. And I will Disguise Self into the visage of death.
Okay. That is very uncomfortable to watch. Right. And he flips onto a page that has a drawing, and you see that he has a drawing of him, and he just makes a tick box and puts it back. I think that's all the questions I have for today.
Actually, I was really hoping, as part of my investigation, that, while you were here, there's some information that I've gleaned from. I can't remember actually, and I couldn't find it through my notes. But that Ingwe would definitely know. We went and researched the place that I researched that I spent lots of time like reading books.
Right. Yeah. So that was in. Let me just find it. That was in Loxibo.
The archive in Loxibo referred to some specific information that would help my investigation, but it's contained in the king's personal collection.
Interesting.
And I think that if under supervision, of course, that I could read the information, I might be able to find the solution to this problem.
And who have hired you to do this, Mr. Ingwe? Or sorry, VK Incorporated?
The original for me personally, I'm not actually that interested in money. So you asked me the question. The Karamishi family, specifically Valentina Karamishi, she was the original people, but it's very complex. There's a lot going on. We also went to and got hired by the technicians in the floating city with the circle thingies. Man, this is so hard to roleplay when you've got lots. In Kronos, we part of it was linked, but that was a different thing. In Kronos, they hired us, and then we followed. But it's very linked. It's a very complex investigation. So if you want to team up on your investigation, I'd be most happy to share notes.
So what I hear is that you do not currently have an employer that is asking you to look into these things, and you want me to help you open up the archive so you can have a look.
No, the Karamishi family paid us to follow this up.
So you're working for Rokan at the moment, huh?
For who?
Rokan Karamishi.
No, Valentina.
She is unfortunately no longer with us, as you probably know.
The contract didn't terminate on death.
Yes. So you said, who's the person I should talk to? And I will pull out like a piece of bark that looks similar to a notebook, like
Right.
ready to write it down.
So he said Rokan Karamishi.
I didn't actually know Rokan Karamishi. I have this. We've literally been in the city for 4 hours, and we're trying to figure it out. So I'm not being dishonest with you. My lack of knowledge is related to my lack of knowledge.
Right. Well, I'm just curious that you were working for the Karamishi family, and then you come here to ask me to look at the archives, but you don't actually know who you're working for because Valentina is no longer with us. So that is quite interesting, but I will leave that for now. Unfortunately,
Well, actually, no, sorry. I don't like the condescension. You said that we don't know who we're working for, but in fact we do know who we're working for because we're working with Valentina Karamishi. I don't know if you heard correctly, but we said Valentina Karamishi. Rokan Karamishi, nothing to do with. The contract that we have with Valentina did not terminate on her death, so just so you're aware. If you want to come into the place that we are staying and ask us questions, we are being more than helpful with giving you enough information, so please do not come in here and step on our toes and try to make us feel lesser than, because all we have done since we got here is help you.
Well, I mean, one could argue that you are currently squatting in the house of a deceased
Actually,
man.
you said that Mina could stay here given her father's death.
I
And
understand
she has
that.
invited us to stay here with her. So actually, it's not squatting if we're invited by the person who's actually up in residence.
Well, you have technically, bear with me, technically you are squatting here because she is not old enough to let you stay here as an adult, and you have technically removed a witness from a crime scene without the investigation knowing so, and you have on several counts tried to lie to me, which is understandable in your situation, but you obviously have more information about the situation that you're giving on, and I expect and respect that. I was here to ascertain how much of a threat you individuals are, and that is what I am doing. So it's my job to poke holes in certain charades. I am not under the impression that you are dangerous. I am under the impression that you have something going on that you're not telling me, but for now, it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what I am looking for.
Well, excuse me, Mister. Well, I can tell. What about this? And I'll pull out the pamphlet. Our other employer, is the Golden Company. I can tell you about them. We went to visit them in their home, and they also gave us employment. We're supposed to spread the message of and gain followers for them, and also we're trying to open the gates between the planes.
So on this flyer, it says the Golden Patrons, not the Golden Company. So that's already interesting to me. However, I think I have enough information. And he puts the flyer in his book and closes it.
The problem is actually that I don't have enough information, and that's what I'm.
Anyway, people like this are all given. All taken, no give. So I don't think that he'll actually be much help. As it is, as we can tell, all the information that he's harboring is only for himself, and I don't feel as though he actually wants to work, because the way that he's speaking to us, I feel very disrespected.
He doesn't. I'm confused. So I thought we were a team. I thought he wanted to find the Legion, the Legion, and we were on his team, and we're on John's team, and everyone's trying to. Man, this world's so confusing.
In a sane world, yes. But as he's mentioned, he was here to investigate whether or not we are a threat, and sharing information is only something that he wants from us, not the other way around.
But we are a threat.
Not to him.
Really, Mr. Ingwe? Mr. Polar Bear? You're going
to
kill me in the night? Like a
You're only a threat to my head, Ingwe.
Well, are you on Aaron's side?
No, it would not seem so.
If you tried to take Mina without her will and kill her like everyone else who died, I would take your head off.
And given the threat of the situation earlier this morning, I'm sure that you can also understand that leaving her in a situation with people that we don't trust, after we just saw the garrison torn apart, leaving her with someone like that would be improper and irresponsible.
Hundreds of your soldiers got killed.
Noted.
At the same time, I'm sure he feels the same way about us, Celeste.
There you go, Mr. Drekig.
Yes, but that's not a reason to be disrespectful, Drekig.
No.
I was nothing but respectful when he first came in here answering questions.
Let me explain this to you. Now that we have gotten to know each other a little deeper, sometimes being disrespectful opens up a whole new world of insight into individuals. So, I do apologize.
Apology accepted.
It was part of my job. Sometimes you have to shake, sometimes you have to push, and sometimes you have to gently caress the string of knowledge. Anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Just don't be surprised when they do it back.
No, but that is the whole point. The way you react to pressure tells me more about you than the way you react to kindness.
Darling, you haven't seen anything.
I am sure. Anyway, I believe that our meeting can come to a close. I probably cannot help you with finding your information from the archives. It is a completely different way than what we are doing. So, unfortunately, Celeste, you are correct. I cannot assist you on that behalf.
Who can?
That is a good question. Maybe some of the council members would be as obliged, but I'm not quite sure. You can even try Rokan and see if he might be able to just have a bit of a reach. Normally it's closed for the majority of individuals.
Who? If all those people died, it seems like you're in charge. Why are you in charge?
It is my job to fix a situation that should not normally be a thing, so to speak.
Who's next in line for being the elder? No, what do they call it here? The
Elder.
ruler, the king, queen.
There's already a king.
But
The individual who died was the prince.
the prince died, not the king.
No.
I'm so confused about everything here. Okay.
Well, my title is the Grand Celesar. I am the one in charge of everything and everyone
The
within the
grand.
kingdom.
So are you one of the elders?
Depending on how you define elders, yes, I guess I would fall under the category of that.
The Grand Salazar. So are you? So the king answers to you too?
Oh, so my direct boss is Mannequin Jay-Z, who is the king's advisor, and there is no one between me other than him.
Oh, so that's why they all started listening to you after they stopped listening to you.
Yes.
Because when you came in, they were all like, and then, like they were with me. And then you said something to them, and then they're like, okay. And then they started listening to you, and now you're in charge. Got
How
it.
did they not know you straight away?
Oh, I don't normally reside in this area. I spend most of my time in Esperanza, where I'm from, obviously. Some places need me more than others, and up until this point, the golden lions have been more than sufficient in resolving issues, but seems like that has changed now.
Well,
So-
you haven't been very helpful at all to my investigation.
Happy to be of service, Mr. Ingley.
So what should we do for the short time that we're here in the city?
You can leave if you want. You can do as you please. I have no further inquiries for you at this moment. If Logan wakes up and have otherwise something to say, I will maybe come find you. But for now, I think that you are free to do as you please. I don't think there's any imminent threat to you either. It did not seem that you partook in any fighting or anything that would otherwise put you in the eye of these Black Legion members, according to what I know, at least. So I would say that for now you're free to go, and I think that you are also safe from this current threat, at least. Gathered from the fact that this is the only encounter that you had with this, as you said. Anyway, I can make sure that you can stay in this place if you wish. However, it might be easier if the female individual that we find move in with her and take care of her as early as possible to create a bond while trauma is prevented. But it's up to you.
Perhaps-
If you have somewhere else to go, that would probably be the best for her, but that is up
Well, as
to
I
you.
mentioned, we will need a day.
Yes, that is perfectly fine.
Perhaps we
I
should
don't-
stay at least until this female individual comes around.
Sure. No problem at all. I will find someone with a gentle touch. Okay. Thank you for this meeting. It has been most enlightening. And he gets up. And he quickly takes a little bit more of his tea. And he excuses himself as he heads towards the door. And if no one stops him, he will leave And as you do, all the soldiers on the ground moves with him back into formation, and the 3 individuals on the roof fall back and disappear into the, what do we call it? Not shadows because it's day, more like the side streets and such, and
Alleyways?
alleyways. That's the word. I can't speak as all today. That's crazy. And they all seem to slowly disappear back into the city where they came from.
Ingwe, would
I
you
really
mind?
like him.
Would you mind not spilling all of our happenings to anyone that walks in and asks questions?
I didn't. He was.
You literally gave him a play-by-play.
Yeah, him, because he was the lead investigator.
That title means nothing to us, Ingwe.
Okay.
Were you not present for the beginning of the conversation, where I was strictly omitting details?
No. I was outside. I was thinking about getting a friend to come and guard the door with me while I turned into a polar bear, and I wasn't paying attention, and then I came in and asked him those questions.
And basically told him things that made Celeste sound like a complete liar.
Did you? What did? Oh,
One of the things to remember, Ingwe, is that when we are having an investigation into something, is that sharing information pertinent to our investigation with anyone often does more harm than good. At least until we know, for absolute certain, the intentions and motivations of that person.
the motivations of the person who was investigating the murders.
Yes, but our motivations may not be lined up with theirs. And as you saw, they were not willing to share any information with us.
Yeah.
And so until we have a firm grasp on what it actually is that we're looking into, the ramifications of sharing information, we need to keep it to ourselves and not just go around and tell people, especially when we had that conversation about what are we going to do about Karameshis. And then you just say, we're working with the Karameshis, just out, like, it's very... I found it quite frustrating.
I'm gonna walk outside and just look up to the roof. John, you can come down now.
Because your story is not just yours, Ingwe, it's all of ours.
I try my best. I just... It's not very natural for me to not tell, like... I know that I pretended to, like, write things down in my book, because I've got a book that looks like his book, and I'll hand the book over. Actually, in my culture, we share information not by writing it. I only learned actually how to write and read last week, but we share information by talking to each other. So I find it quite unnatural. I don't know how to not. No, I do know how. I do know how to not, but I can't say.
Well, I think one way to think of it is that when you're at home, you're living with a community, correct? All these people that you know and that you trust, for the most part. Would that be a fair assumption?
Not real. Yeah.
Not really, or yeah? Feel as though where you live and when you're sharing this information, it is with people within a community.
Okay.
So think of that community as just us. People outside of that, sharing this information can be more harmful than good.
Okay.
Sean,
Yes.
What is your response to Dreki?
First thing I'm going to do is I just want to make sure that it is clear that I cannot see any that may have tried to duck away and hide or sneak around the side of the building. So I just wanted to like check the perimeter around the edge of the roof and that. Make sure there isn't one by a window or something.
Make a perception check.
9.
They seem to have all vanished and disappeared into alleyways down on the street,
Alright.
as far as you can see.
Heading down now, Drakic. Derlin. Where the fuck did you go? Derlin!
I'm right behind you, Dad.
Holy shit.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hang on to this.
How are you
got
not
this
dead
part.
yet? I could have
Not every-
stabbed you like 100 times, Dad.
Yeah, well, I can take a stab. That's how I'm not
He's
dead yet.
already died once.
Well, I guess that's fair call.
Take this, rub it on the side here, and speak into it if you need to communicate with us. Ingwe and Celeste have got another one on the other side. I'm going in. I need you to stay up here and keep an eye out, and I'll come up and grab you when it's appropriate.
Sure. Cool. Takes the stone, looks at it. Whatever.
Thank you.
Gives me a rock.
And I'll head down.
Right.
All right. What's the go with Captain Featherhat? What were they after?
Apparently, he was after Ingwe's slippery tongue.
Elaborate, please.
So anyway, he was investigating the murders, and I see a very clear link between what happened in the garrison and the Legion in the city. So I tried to share information with him as a fellow investigator, and he didn't share information with us as fellow investigators. And Miss Celeste was just trying to explain to me why investigators don't share information between different departments, and I agreed with her, but I don't understand what she's saying. But I'll try my best.
Interesting you say that. I would have thought if they knew we were investigating something, they would have been more open to sharing if we shared.
That's what I thought.
But
I was out of the room, and I'm really sorry, Miss Celeste. I didn't hear what did you tell him that was a lie that I told him that made him think you were lying? Mr. Drekic said that I contradicted you. I'm sorry about
I said that we hadn't really done, much research or really come across this Black Legion at all.
Yeah, I said that too.
Yeah, but then you showed the literal face of the one death. That one.
Do you think he's the leader of the Black Legion? Have we made that connection? I didn't.
I believe so.
So you think the twice cursed city is the source of the Black Legion?
Potentially. But
I think
that's
so.
still
Potentially.
content that we're, investigating and trying to unravel.
But I thought
I
Mr.
know.
John was from the kingdom, and the kingdoms are our ally. Anyway, I don't really understand, so I'll just be quiet next time.
well, hang on. Let's assess the pros and the negatives. You showed them the face of death, as we're calling him, right?
Well, I think the thing is, I thought he was on the same team as you, because he's on the same team as Logan,
Sure.
and Logan's on your team.
Well, the thing is, I'm actually leaning to agree with you more here. I think that ultimately there would be some sort of allegiance in that regard because of what this Black Legion has done to them and what they've done to us. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. If you
To
show
share
them the face
information.
of death, they're going to be looking for this individual now too. This
At
is
the
more
same
people.
time, apparently this Agdon fellow was part of the same team as well, and look where that got them.
Yeah, so
Well,
Anton
the entire garrison.
killed everyone.
Sure. We also got attacked. We fought. Well, hang on, Anton.
No, Aaron.
Jesus.
Aaron.
What's his name? I think we just said his name wrong like 3 times.
Aaron Crimsonworth.
Crimson Knight.
Close enough.
Yeah.
It's so fun. You do that every time. It's so fun.
Okay, Aaron, we're talking about. All right.
Yeah, that guy.
Anton's
Sure,
Mina's father, right?
You'll have
And he
traitors
died.
within any of these groups and organizations. Yes, Anton is Mina's father, I believe. Right?
So who's Agdon? Where'd I get that from?
I think you mixed them, maybe. In some, I don't know.
But the question is, Mr. John and Miss Celeste too, is do we share information with our allies because they're our allies, or do we not share information in case they're a traitor?
Well, what was the concrete proof that we had that they were an ally? Just because you're working towards the same cause doesn't make you an ally.
Because it's all the soldiers that are our allies did what he said. Like the Golden Company and those guys, let's go outside with bows. Like I know that we were like scared of they might shoot us. So, but we were also like the good guys.
Put it this
right?
way. When you were here last, you were allies with Logan, yes?
Yes.
And Logan was ally with Aaron, yes?
But Aaron was the traitor. Logan was the boss.
But he wasn't the
of all
traitor
the soldiers.
I didn't know that
But he
was
wasn't
the
the traitor then, was he?
Probably. He probably was then too.
But
Like,
we
that's
didn't know
how-
that.
We didn't know that. That doesn't mean he wasn't a traitor then.
Well, exactly. That's the
yet-
point that I'm making.
Well, we viewed
They
him
were
as an
allies.
ally.
But Drekit could be a traitor. Or you could be a traitor. How do we know if anyone's a traitor?
I am not a traitor. There you go.
That is an excellent
yeah, we do
point.
know that.
I think you're reading into this exactly correctly, way too much.
That's good. Okay.
Hey,
So-
Dad. Something weird's going on.
I assume I don't hear it goes through Ingwe or
Oh,
Celeste,
yeah.
right?
Well, he doesn't know that. Hey, Dad. Something weird's going on.
Dad, is that you?
Oh, hey, Celeste. Sorry, I must have touched it wrong. Anyway, something weird's going on. There's a lot of soldiers forming outside the city.
Outside the city. Oh, sorry. Dernan says there are a lot of soldiers forming outside the city.
Well, can't we get a break?
All we wanted to do was pay Jean's family a visit. Do a little bit of light research. That's all we wanted.
So this would be the simple trip. What are we thinking? Do we want to go investigate? Do we want to send someone?
But I can't leave Mina
Becky.
here by herself.
No, of course. I was going to suggest possibly leaving her with Danica. I know she's got a
Beckett's
little
just
one
gonna
there,
walk
but
out
they've
the
got a lot
front
of
door.
help.
And just try and jump and climb onto the roof.
Make an athletics or make an acrobatics check because things.
Acrobatics?
Yeah.
11.
I'd say you can probably get up there if you just spend a little bit longer time on it.
It's like
And
one
as
tile
you
off
peek,
the-
as you
one tile
peek
off
over the top of the roof, you just face an arrow just pointed at your face, and he's like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
I'm coming up. How do you guys get up here?
Ingwe walks up the stairs and climbs out the window.
Like, what? Oh, yeah. And you can both see that Derlin is pointing towards the one side of the city gates, and you can see that there's probably hundreds of guards forming into what looks like a military unit, and they're starting to head off. And as you do, you also notice in the direction they're heading, there is lots of smoke coming in the direction that you came from.
Can I tell if it's smoke from like something burning or from something like camps?
It is something big burning. and it seems to be coming from the direction of Ludak. And in the horizon, you can also see another group of soldiers, probably as big, also forming towards the city. They seem to be moving back towards where you came from. And these don't look like they are ordinary guards. These look like they are a military unit. They do not look like city guards. They look like professional soldiers or similar.
Are we witnessing the start of a war?
I don't know. You've seen lots of wars. What do you reckon?
It looks like the start of a war.
After a few minutes without notice, Sean's going to head up as well, and also out the window.
Yep.
Over.
See the same things. Large units of soldiers heading towards what seems to be a burning Ludag.
Oh, don't like the looks of that. Isn't that out where we came from?
Yeah, like that big garrison fort thing, made of stone.
Looks about that far. Shit.
Best. Do you have your big the glasses thing that makes you see long distances?
Yes, I do.
Can you look?
Sure. Where are you? What's I've gone back into the room to check on Mina.
Yeah, she's
I
falling
don't have a
asleep
sending
again.
stone, so
Just falling it through the window.
Just a head dangling.
I climb back down.
Right. Drake comes halfway through the window before slipping off and landing on his feet in the alleyway next door. I can see some of the neighbors like, what's going on out there? There's been a lot of climbing on that roof today.
Business.
Is it? Should I go out? All right. As long as we're not leaving.
We're not leaving. You go up, have a look. I'll stay outside the room. I'll make sure no one goes in.
I'll go and try and make my way up onto the roof and whip out my spyglass.
Right. You can make a perception check with advantage.
Perception. What's that? These. Oh, natural 1 and natural 20.
That is a lucky advantage. What is the total on that?
24. Hang on, I'm gonna take a photo.
It's a 55.
Oh my god.
201.
Hopefully that's my natural 1 out of the way for today. Yeah, 24 total.
So you can see that the majority of this city built inside this fortress looks to be burning. One of the walls have collapsed completely, and it looks like there isn't a lot of people moving around. It seems like there are some boats of people trying to move away from the situation, but the majority of that town seems to be in trouble.
And this is Ludak?
Ludag, yeah. So that is the fortress city that you sailed around on the way here.
And it's up in smoke.
It looks like the majority, at least, of that city is burning.
And it was just stone, like encompassing the city.
So it's
right?
a
Like, it
stone
wasn't-
fortress wall around the entire city, and then within the city there's a city. And you can see now with this
like the
spyglass,
actual
you can see
city
through.
wasn't a fortress. It was
No,
just
you
kind
can
of
see where the
surrounded by
wall
a
is gone.
fortress.
You can see buildings inside, some of them on fire, and some of them not so much on fire.
And Ludak is the place that Triton was outside putting the water to sleep. Yes.
Correct.
Right. And
Petting his
who's
water.
up on the roof with me?
Everyone except for Drekik now.
Right. I'll whoever I'm standing next to, I'll just kind of like pull the spyglass down and then just hand it over to whoever is directly next to me.
You'll see the same thing as she describes it. It's easy to see when someone's pointing it out.
Sure. Holy shit. That does not look good. How the hell did we just pass the, what, yesterday?
And another thing you do notice is also that you can see a ship off in the distance that you've seen in Loxivo. That has now, for the first time in years, moved and are moving towards the fortress. And that was the Sky Chaser, I believe they were called. Seems to be going in that direction as well. For the first time in many, many years, it has actually moved from its location.
The
That's
Stargazer?
cool. Yeah, the
Stargazer.
Stargazer.
Sorry,
Stargazer,
Stargazer.
seriously.
It's cool.
Sky Chaser
Is
was
it-
the Elven
The-
ship.
Yeah. Fuck, it's, shit. Didn't Drek, I don't know if he passed it on to any of you, but Drekik mentioned something about seeing, like, an entire force of Tritons moving beneath the water while we were sailing across, and
Yes, it was, he woke me up as soon as he saw them, but both the captain and I, we couldn't see a thing.
shit. Maybe it wasn't Triton. Maybe it was something else.
Seems pretty likely that if Drekik saw an army of Tritons, that they probably are the cause of the war starting.
Shit.
Unless there's something I'm missing.
The timing is far too close for it all to be a coincidence. The prince dead. Now, Kingsholm Fortress, under attack.
I feel like we need
'Cause there were-
Drekik up here, because these people also made an alliance with the Tritons, didn't they, recently?
Yeah.
Shadowrun did.
Ah,
Shadowrun
tribe.
is not an ally of the kingdom.
yeah. But that's where Drekik's from, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Dylan, can you go look after Mina? Just make sure she's alright, send Drekik up.
Sure. We'll
Thank you.
jump through the window and yell down to Drekik. Or get Drekik and tell him, hey, go on the roof, buddy.
Wait, you guys use the window?
Yeah.
You guys!
I lock the window from the outside now.
So, and he goes and watches the girl.
Yeah. And I go up. Man, it's so much easier going through the window.
It's much easier. Didn't you mention by chance something about like a swarm of Triton beneath the waters that you saw? Did I
Inside.
say something wrong? Alright.
I mean, I just
I thought you were doing what Ingwe was doing when we were on the boat. Going around to people. Hello, good morning. Shh.
That's what Ingwe thought was happening. Oh, we're doing that thing again.
The traditional greeting of Ludak.
I turn to Sean and go, we just had a big conversation with Ingwe about not going blabbermouthing. And here we are, standing on a roof with who knows who can hear us, blabbermouthing about Triton armies.
Point
You're the one who
made.
said Triton Army.
Yes, no one said Triton army except for John just now.
I said swarm of Tritons, I think, but your point is still valid. Understood. I assume we're inside now, right?
Yeah,
Cool.
at least like just inside.
Yeah,
No need to RP the climbing off the roof.
Yeah.
Get me inside.
Oh, come
Just
on.
check. You want to be like, well, you said something about
I jump off the roof. I do a triple flip.
but okay, well, you mentioned something to that degree, right? I mean, none of us saw it, but
Yes, there was definitely an army of Tritons around, and then I pointed them out, and suddenly they were gone. Where they
How
went,
do you?
they weren't there anymore.
weren't something else by chance?
Yes, it was a fish that looked exactly like a Triton.
No. How do you know it was an army? Were they carrying weapons? Did they have anything with them, or were they just? I mean, I don't know
yes.
much about Tritons, but perhaps it was a family of them, moving house. I don't know. How
You're right. A family of several hundred Tritons moving house in the area that the city was when it is now burning down. Yes, that's excellent point, Celeste.
I really do like sarcasm, Drake.
I really don't like war.
What's it good for?
Sorry.
Yes. It's interesting that sarcasm still holds truth. Because it's like a lie that everyone knows about. And, man, that's
Yeah,
cool.
I was thinking about that, actually. I was wondering if that would work.
Like, yeah.
Well, I suppose it's the opposite, really. Because if you are lying, you're telling the truth in what you're saying. If you just take the opposite meaning.
Guess it's the intention. Regardless, your people back home, they allied with the Tritons recently, didn't they? There was an agreement, something to the lines of a partnership if no fishing was done within their waters, correct?
I don't know the details, but there was some sort of alliance made. And if this was a Triton attack, then logically, my people shouldn't be too far behind.
That's what I was worried about. If they are allied and these Tritons are associated with your people in that regard, is this an attack that's coming from your homeland?
I do not know.
What would they want? What could
There
they
it is.
possibly have to gain? I mean, attacking so close to Kingshelm, surely it's suicide. And I still cannot shake the feeling that with the death of the prince and wiping out the entire garrison, the timing is far too close to be a coincidence.
I feel, or is this close? Probably leave sooner rather than later, else we be stuck in a siege.
I think we need to get Mina to my sister, so that if anything does occur and happens upon Kingshelm, at least they have the ability to teleport themselves out of here. And she can get the little one out as well.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Shit.
Not let our friend know as well.
Understood. Well, time is of the essence, I guess. Should we go see what we can find out at the Karameshis? Or should we go straight to my family? I feel like if the war spreads to here, we may not get another chance to find out what we can with the Karameshis and what they have there. But in this situation, I mean, I wonder who's even running that house. Is it just the servants there now?
He said that it's Rokan was the new Valentina.
Wasn't
She
the whole
lost my
thing
family line.
Yeah. How can there be another Karameshi?
What do you mean?
Wait, didn't you say in the stories that she was the last one?
That's what I'm saying. If she was the last of her line, unless this other Roken, did you
Maybe
say?
it's her grandmother's brother's daughter, son.
Perhaps through marriage, and it's not counted as it's not through blood.
Going to kind of kneel down where I am in the living room and pull out the old book that her granddad wrote, and I'm going to flick through it and see if I can find any mention of like a Rokan or like anything like that. I mean, no, it's a long shot because it wasn't even about the family, it was about other things, but just if I can find a mention, like, note the margin.
You don't find any links to specific family members or anything like that. You do know that her granddad's name was Gideon. That is the only name that's really in there.
She'll be silent while she's just going through.
Well, it has been like 12,000 moons since the start. So how does it all work? Like, maybe she's the last. Like, I got the impression it was like she's the eldest of the eldest of the eldest of the eldest of the. What happens if the eldest dies? Doesn't the like second eldest take over? And then can't you just go back up the tree and then like, because usually over like 12,000 moons, people have more than one child. I mean, I know more than one child and stuff. Like,
Sure, but not always. And sometimes family lines do whittle down, especially when they're in that sort of a position where they're considered, it's considered almost like a gift to become part of that family. So
can someone else be given the gift? Like,
assume-
so we're in this house now, right? And it was Mina's dad, and then that dude was like, "Hey, Mina, you can still live here, but like, what if I, or you, or Celeste was like, oh, stay and look after Mina. She's like 12, so she doesn't get to be in charge of the house. But Celeste could be like, I'm in charge of the house now. She could be the lady. Wouldn't she be?
I guess in a sense that someone could take advantage of the situation at hand and force themselves in or lie to get to that position, but legitimately, I assume you have to be invited in or birthed within the family to gain that gift, so to speak.
Weird.
So maybe this Rokan is, I don't know, been in the shadows the whole time, or perhaps they were just kept from us and from most of the world.
Oh, like a secret.
Perhaps.
That's like that story that the Pixie King told. Anyway, no, it's not relevant.
Should we split the difference and two of us go to your sisters and two of us go to the Kurameshis and save time?
Normally I'd say yes, considering the time restraints, but I don't think it's smart for two of us to go to the Karameshis. I think we need to all be there. I think the potential for danger there is very high, even though it may not be the case. I worry that if that power has been gained by ill-gotten means, then there could be trouble afoot if we approach.
That case,
We've also got to go talk to the king and visit the Church of Larrick.
I think the king's preoccupied right now.
Yep, that seems valid.
I mean, with his son dying today, and now this attack on this city, I think the king doesn't have time for us for a chit chat.
About his son dying, or the attack on the city.
Both.
But that's
We're
what we want
nothing
to talk
to
to him
him, I
about.
would assume.
Oh, okay.
Why don't we split with Larrick, with the Church of Larrick and my sister, and then we'll meet together and head towards the Karameshi household. And once we're done there, we can plot our next move and hopefully get out of here.
No, the Church of Larrick will stay there. Why don't I think we should stick together, Mr. John. I mean, I'm normally a fan of splitting up and being more efficient, but I get the sense that we should probably stay together. Let's go see your sister, and even if we leave the city, we can always come back to the church. It's not like it's going anywhere.
All right. If that's fine with you guys.
Not yet.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that's fine.
Celeste, you think you could carry the child, or would you like me to carry the child?
You're probably stronger than I am. She can walk.
Why don't we just wake her up?
If she's a bit tired and
she can probably walk. And worst comes to worst, we can carry her. But I think it'd be good for her to get up and get moving a little bit, especially if we're going to be crossing the city.
True.
Let me go up and give us 15 minutes. I'm going to see if I can find a bag and pack some things and just have a talk to her. I'll head on upstairs, slowly wake her up and kind of explain the situation. We're going to pack some things together. Going to go stay with one of our friends. She's got a really nice house, really cool. There's a baby there. It's in like a really fancy part. It's gonna be like a vacation.
Cool. Yeah, she's
Gonna go see a horse. It'll be great.
Yeah, she's okay with that.
I'll make sure I pack Ingolf.
Yes. Ingolf is super important to the plot. Yep.
Add to my notes, Ingolf.
Ingolf is in the bag. Repeat. Ingolf is in the bag.
They're a teddy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sure thing.
All right. Shall we head? Let's do it. Sterling,
So you
stay close. Keep your eyes open.
aye, sir. So you are heading towards your family's estate, is that correct?
Yeah.
Cool. So, it is not too far, because you are quite centered in Gretafall. And as you move out of the house and move towards the center of the city, you pass by the Stoneward Academy and you see the Halls of Justice, which once again have the sign saying art exhibition today and next 2 nights only. And there is a lot of people on the streets, and you can hear them chit-chatting in the corner about a lot of things going on, and it seems like a lot of them are trying to figure out what's going on. There is a town crier that walks around, and he does have a few things to say as you pass him by. First one is Golden Lion garrison under attack. Several dead. Aaron Crimson Wright wanted, dead or alive. Ludag under attack. Unknown enemies have breached the walls. Army on the way. And that is pretty much what is repeated over and over again. There isn't a lot of news, and these ones are definitely like breaking news. Yeah. And as you continue on, you pass by what the Golden Lion's barracks once again. This time no alarm is going off, but you do see an extensive amount of soldiers are barricading it. Not like putting up barricades itself, but they are protecting it. It looks like the amount of soldiers in the city have been at least doubled. Where these came from, considering the entire garrison was attacked and pretty much everyone's killed, is unknown. But the presence of military force in form of Town's Guard has at least doubled, as far as you can see from this area. And as you pass by the pension and stride, there is a lot of these weird animals, as you have seen before, like domestic cats and peacocks and a giraffe here and there, maybe. You eventually find yourself in the Silverstone area, and not long off from visiting your family. As you arrive, there's a few things you notice. First thing is that there is a large individual out front of the mansion, seemingly guarding it. He is in town's guard uniform, but he looks more like you would expect a brawler. He looks very tough and big, and he doesn't look like he's someone who you would expect to normally take orders, but he does wear the uniform. And he has a two-handed sword on his back as well, and he is guarding the door. And he is just standing there looking up.
Greetings, friend.
Hi there.
You seem new around here.
Well, I'm stationed here for reasons I cannot disclose.
Nope. Kind of happy to see you.
Alright.
I'm Jean Ordenfall, brother to Danica.
Right.
We come to visit. I don't know if you need to clarify with one of them, or perhaps Jonas can confirm us.
Let me check. And he walks back and opens the door. Jonas, come here! And after 2 or 3 seconds, you see a familiar face of Jonas coming out. And he looks around really thoroughly, and he's like, yeah, I know all these 3. I don't know this dragonborn fella. Is he with you, Sean?
Yeah, he's a new recruit, so
Right.
to speak.
Yeah, I guess it's okay then. Yeah, let them in. And he moves to the side and shows you the door.
Thank you. All right. How you been, Jonas?
Oh, it's been a little hectic, like with a really injured person and then a pregnant woman, and then your mom is here, and whew, yeah, it's a long story. Anyway, come in.
You've been looking out for them?
I've been trying to. It's been a lot. But please come in.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And he leads you all in and closes the door. And as you enter, you also notice that there's a few more people in here that you don't know. There's an individual who looks like he's wearing like a shirt and a vest and a little bowler hat. He looks like he's fresh shaved, but he has a really large wound on his neck. And there's also a younger boy, maybe 12-ish, maybe a little older. And he has a peg leg. And it looks like that's a fresh thing because he keeps itching it. They do not wear uniforms. They look more like they are, how should I say, private militia in that sense. The house itself seems fairly empty. There's no one else that you can see at the moment. Jonas leads you to the dining table and said, please sit down. Midas has a meeting right now with some of his associates, and as soon as he's done, then I'm sure that he'll be glad to see you. And I think that your sister is resting right now, but your mom is here as well. She has a room adjacent here. If you wanted to talk to her as well, of course. She's been here through all this.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm glad to hear she's here. Do you know how long this meeting will take?
They've been here for hours, so I'm assuming that they probably won't be very long.
All right. Thank you very much.
Does anyone want some refreshment, something to eat or drink or anything?
Do you like anything? She'll talk to ask the girl.
So just say no.
Maybe some water.
Sure, we can definitely do some water. And he runs out to the adjacent kitchen and gives you a whole jug of water and a whole bunch of little glass and cups. Please, if there's anything you need, let me know.
Of course. Thank you, Jonas.
Nice. After maybe a few minutes, you hear someone coming down the stairs, and you see 2 individuals. One of them is a human male with short brownish hair. He's very well dressed in like a greenish kind of velour style jacket. You haven't seen this individual before, but he comes down and he just takes a look at you, and then he just nods up the stairs, and then another individual comes down, and this individual is a white tiger man wearing a red robe very tightly on his chest. He displays his adieu, and just nods to his associate, and they both walk out the door. And as you do, the individual with a bowler hat opens the door for him and closes it, but stays inside and goes back to where the side of the staircase is. The young boy stands across from him on the place, so they're kind of guarding the hallway. You also notice that another town's guard, is outside in the garden, towards the right side of the dining area. And after they leave, a door opens on the floor below, and your mother comes out. Macy comes out, and she's like, "Oh, there you are. Oh, I was wondering when you were going to show up, Sean." You can see she's dragging this large throw that she's knitting, and she just carries it after her while it's going across the floor, and she sits down on the chair, and she gives you a big hug.
Give her a big hug back. It's been a while. Not as long as usual, but feels like an eternity with everything going on.
Yes, the world is a little bit awry at the moment. She pulls this rug up and she starts knitting a little bit. Oh, I'm so glad to see all of you again.
Yeah.
Especially Tam looks a little weird. Is he okay?
That's new friend.
Oh no, that's not Tam. Nice to meet you. I'm Macy. I'm Sean's mother.
Hello. Pleasure to meet you.
Oh yes, cold hands. All right.
I think there's someone else who wants to meet you too. Although I think they've probably slipped away on the way here because they're constantly practicing their hiding skills. Derlin!
Yep. And he comes out
Hello.
from the kitchen with an apple in his hand. Oh, hey!
Say hello to your
And he
grandmother.
runs over and gives her a big hug. Like, oh, my little grandson. It's been ages since I've seen you. Since you've grown, you're bigger than Sean now. Yeah,
not
I've been
quite.
working out. Like, sits down at the table as well and starts eating an apple.
Your grandma. Oh, I've been working out. You know how it is.
Thanks, Grandma.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, I'm so glad you're all here. It's always so nice with our family here. And she continues knitting, and you can see that this is it's a fairly basic rug. It's just like a brownish kind of beige color, but there's a lot of writing on it down that she's knitting into it very thoroughly, and you can see that it's names, and you can see that it's her name, it's Derlin's name, it's her husband Derlin's name, it's Sean's name, Danica's name. It's kind of like a family tree almost. She's kind of knitting and knitting away at that, and she's having some enjoyment out of that. And you're getting that it's probably for the child.
yeah. How is everyone? I mean, I heard what happened to Midos and Danica,
Yes.
of course, with the little one.
Yes, it was all rather bad timing, I guess, but Midas seems to be recovering. He's not able to walk yet. There's a doctor with him that says that he probably will soon be able to,
Okay.
but at the moment he probably won't be much able to until a little bit, maybe a few months. Maybe it's unsure.
Right.
Danica is great, and her son Rowan is perfect. He's perfect, and she's recovering, of course. But everyone's happy, and we're just happy that no one was killed. And obviously, the guards live here pretty much now, and keep an eye out as well. And yeah,
I'm glad to hear it. Rowan's a nice name. I like it.
it's a strong name.
We had a bit of a thing I'm not going to get into the full details of, but I assume you're staying here at the moment?
Yes, I have the room right over there. You point at the stairs. There's like a doorway underneath the stairs where it leads into. You know that there's a room there that's pretty good size.
Sweet, sweet. We, I'm sure Danica will be all right with this. She's the type. But I figure I'll speak to you first. have come across a young one who, unfortunately, and he's gonna sort of like lean in and try whisper into her ear, has found herself without anyone to care for her.
Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Her name's Mina. She's the young one there with Celeste.
All right.
She needs someone to care for her, and I'm not sure if you heard what's happening outside, but
Yeah,
I think it would be
it's,
best if she stayed here.
Oh, I can take care of her. I'll be more than happy to. I'm so sorry to hear that, little one.
Thank you. Hey, Mina, was it?
Yeah?
Do you want to come over and say hello? This is my mom. Her name's Macy. You can call her Grandma Macy if you want.
Okay. She walks over and she politely shakes her hand, and your mother gives her a little hug and says, don't worry, little one. We're going to take good care of you. And she pulls out the chair next to her and gets the little one to sit there.
It's a pretty big, cool house, huh?
It's a lot of windows.
Yep. It's real good for looking out, so you know you're safe all the time.
There's a garden out there, too.
Decent size.
Have gardens in their houses? That's weird.
I agree. You can tell my sister when you see her. I also think it's weird.
You see, the first time she probably smiles for it.
Her name's Danica, but I'm sure she'll let you call her Auntie Danica.
Sure.
Or Auntie Danny for short, maybe. Try it. We'll see. She might get annoyed, but then again, you can blame it on me.
Okay.
All right. We might have to go sort something out, but we'll probably be back in a little bit to check on you.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. Does that sound all right?
Okay.
Oh, and I'll show you something really cool. Jonas.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
This is Mina. Mina, this is Jonas. Jonas is great. If you need something, like if you're hungry, you just call out for Jonas. Jonas will get you some food sorted, and Jonas will introduce you to the other people who will be able to help you if Jonas can't come for whatever reason. I mean, Jonas has to sleep sometimes too, right?
Right. That's right. If you need anything, just let me know.
All right. Thank you, Jonas.
Thank you, sir. Walks off.
Where is your sister?
Apparently she's resting up. I assume with the little one. Probably taking a lot out of her.
I think now that the meeting is over, I think maybe both of them might be ready to see you.
Oh. Yeah, great.
But you might have to go upstairs, though, because I don't think they don't do much walking at the moment, none of them. But...
Understood. Would this be in their room or in another?
Yes. Floor? So Midas is in the spare guest room on the left wing, and opposite to that is where Danica is at the moment to get some rest, but not to be too far away.
All right. Derlin, why don't you come up? You can come say hi to your aunt. And Drekik, do you wanna come up with me so I can introduce you, just so they know who you are? Then
Okay.
Catch a fright cat walking around the corner, especially with everything going on. I'm sure strangers might be a little bit worrying.
Question: how spacious is this? Like, is the furniture really close together? Is there like a whole? No. Okay.
No, this is like rich mansion style. Like,
Okay. Cool.
this is a dining room with room enough for like 12 people.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Without any issues. There could probably sit 20 people there if you space the chairs together. And that's just the dining room itself. There's like chandeliers, and there's an outside garden on the inside of the walls of the thing as well. It's pretty fancy and prestigious.
It's got its own courtyard. Flashbacks. Ah.
Yeah.
Weird. Guarded on the inside.
I know. I agree. It is weird. It just the garden's outside. That's why I live where I live.
How do the plants grow? It's on the inside.
I assume it's in the shade a lot, right?
So there's no roof over it. It is like there's just a wall around it, and then like there's just air, like the sky.
Must be a pretty fancy garden. They've built a fort around it.
It's pretty well
I
kept.
threw an axe at one of Midos's trees, and I've never seen someone look after a tree that much afterwards. So I guess it must be. All right, let's head on up, introduce you, and let them know what we're hoping to do. Hopefully, they're happy to do so, even in their unfortunate state at the moment.
Okay.
All right.
So, who is heading up? Everyone, or just you two? And Dylan.
Because it's a private bedroom thing, I've sort of just invited Drekik and Derlin,
Right.
but would not be opposed if anyone followed up. Like, wouldn't.
Right.
Great just follows.
You know the layout. You know the layout that it is pretty big bed. Well, like most of these bedrooms are bigger than the houses. For instance, your own bedrooms in this house is bigger than the house that Mina's dad lived in.
Yeah.
So it's pretty big. But you head up the stairs, and you can see that the two guards inside kind of just look at you as you walk up, and just ascertain your weapons and your clothing, and just let you walk up. And you arrive up on the next floor, and you can hear a little bit of talking coming from the room that you were informed that that's where Midas was, for instance. And you can hear a female voice and a male voice from inside.
Just give it a moment, and then if I see a bit of a break or something, within a few seconds, give it a knock. If not, after like 20 seconds or so, I'll just knock anyways. But yeah, just...
Come in, please.
I'll sort of poke my head through first before the rest of me. Make sure everything's decent and fine, that they're all good.
So within the room, you see Midas sitting up in the bed. So he's not, of course, unconscious. He seems to be pretty functioning, considering. You can see that his leg is tied up with lots of bandages and such, and you can see that he does have a little bit of a scar going down his throat here, down towards his chest, but it's mostly underneath his clothes. And on the chair next to him is your sister, and she's nursing a little child, a little newborn. And there's another individual in there as well, which you have not seen before, an individual who seems to be wary of you opening the door and cautious, but he also seems to just calm down a little bit and sit back on his chair. And he seems to just be eating a sandwich. He's well dressed, mostly a shirt and a vest, and he had like a long jacket on. He has little glasses, little round glasses, and very slick back hair. And he's just watching you and watching them and their reaction. And as soon as he sees that there is no imminent danger, he just goes back to eating his sandwich and reading whatever he was reading. And you can see that your sister immediately sees you, and she gets up and she gives you a big hug and pulls you further into the room and says, Come in, Sean.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Come in, everyone. I'd like you to meet Rowan.
Shit, now I feel bad for leaving Celeste out.
That's okay. She can call her up here. There's plenty of room.
Jonas?
Yes,
get
sir.
Celeste, please.
Of course, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Someone running down the stairs. Miss Celeste, they are inquiring about your presence upstairs.
Oh, I thought that. Oh, alright. And she'll give. She was sitting with Mina, so she'll just kind of give her a little pat on the head. There. And then.
And Macy says, "Oh, you know what? Sometimes when I really want to irritate the people living here and all the servants, I go into the kitchen and I start baking. You want to go baking? Okay. Come on. And then she goes into the kitchen and starts making a mess.
And as she's leaving, she's gonna, as she pats her on the head, she's gonna do a really, really, really good baking. Why don't you bring me a cupcake when you're done and give it a point of bardic inspiration?
Yeah.
Best cupcakes ever. Very well. But you're brought back into the room with the rest of the individuals, and everyone's now, as far as I understand, connected into the room. And you can see these 3 individuals, and meet us, most of you. And you can see Danica with her little baby just rocking it. Still, it's awake. It's not fallen asleep, but it's definitely enjoying the presence of noise from several individuals' voices.
Jean's gonna walk a little bit closer as everyone's sort of like piling into the room, so to speak. Not sure who to approach first to say hello to the little one, or meet us, or what the case is. And as he gets a little bit closer, just gonna turn around and be like, I guess, hey, little Rohan, how you doing?
Just looks at you with big eyes and just listens to your voice and smiles.
Do like a handshake thing, but with the finger. Got someone for you to meet. Your cousin Derlin is here, and all the way from the farm.
It's been a while since I've seen a newborn. Wow, Dad.
Yeah.
Wow. Hello, little fella. I'm gonna teach you how to shoot a bow. Guess my dad doesn't know how to.
I'll teach you to throw an axe.
We'll see. And he gives Danica a hug as well.
I should introduce you as well. This is our new teammate, Dragic. Dragic, this is my sister Danica, her partner Midos.
Oh, I'm very fascinated by Dragonborn. That is interesting.
Hi. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I would love to have a conversation about your culture later, if we have the time, of course.
Time, yes. If time, yes. Probably not.
Okay. All right. That is fair.
Baby. He's just everything's starting to affect Drakic all at once now. Just all the children and the chaos, and now there's a baby, and he's just sort of like.
How you holding up, Midos?
I've seen better days, but Rudik here says that I probably will start walking again soon. He's a special doctor that's been pulled in to keep an eye on me.
I appreciate all you've done, Doc.
What's wrong with me with you?
I've taken a bit of damage when me and my associates were attacked, and if it hadn't been from just pure luck, I think I probably wouldn't have made it out of there alive.
I brought you guys a gift of sorts. I figured something might cheer you up.
Is it a new tree? Because you kind of broke the last one.
I can't. Not something I'm going to be very good at bringing is trees, but I will keep that in mind for the next present. It's this here. Got it in the city of Kronos. I'm going to pull out that little scroll that, when unravels, sort of folds into the origami Kronos.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to pass that to them. Be like, I'll pick
that's
this up.
that's very nice.
It's quite cool.
That is very nice. I never really been to Kronos. I always wanted to. Thank you, Sean.
Surprisingly accurate for a little fold up. So, I mean, you can plan your trip from it, I guess.
Oh, thank you. Puts it on a little shelf where there's some other like ornaments and stuff. Very nice. Thank you.
We already spoke to Mother downstairs, and I'm sorry to just come in and start throwing things your direction. This unfortunately might be a bit of a brief hello and goodbye.
All right, you're always welcome here, as well, you know.
Thank you. We recently came into contact with a young girl by the name of Mina who unfortunately lost her only parent in a terrible incident.
Right.
And we have taken to caring for her. There was plans for someone to be organized to look after her, but with what is happening just outside the city walls, we feel it's probably best she be somewhere a little safer and with someone that we trust better. So,
Right.
wondering if you would be willing. I know you've just had the young one and you are currently in a bit of a state, but I figured with Mother being here, she seemed quite keen and eager, if you wouldn't mind looking after the little one.
Sure, of course. That's the least we can do. Thank you, Sean. I mean, unfortunately, situations happen where this happens to children. She's more than welcome to stay here. I'm sure that Macy has no issue keeping an eye on a little one for once. Give her some practice for when this one gets a little older as well.
Thank you. And I know it's even more, but our farm does not seem safe for Derlin to stay at either. May he stay with you as well. I'm happy to give him some gold to pay for his staying.
Wow. Yes, of course he is perfectly fine to stay. Your entire family is welcome to stay if they want to. Yes, we have all this room, and it seems a little excessive at times, and we're still getting adjusted to the spaciousness of this place. But of course, John, anything that you or anyone of you should need, let me know. That's the least we can do. We have plenty of room for everyone.
I appreciate it. You're all too kind.
Your family.
While all this conversation is going on, Drake's just gonna try and secretly cast Healing Beacon on the sister, the baby, and the Merlin, is it? What's his name?
Midos.
Merlin.
Midos.
Midos.
I knew it started with an M.
Okay. And what does that do? What are your intention with it? Just to heal them? Or?
It's just for the baby to make him feel good. For the sister and for Midos to try and heal him a bit.
Okay. How much do you heal him?
It's 1d6 per round for a minute, I think.
Okay, so 60 hit points.
Yeah.
Right. I'd say that definitely does take effect. I'd say that he is not necessarily aware of this situation. You can see that the scarring slowly disappears in behind the shirt. But even with that, he does still seem to have extensive injuries to his leg. But everyone seems to perkin up, almost like they had an energy drink or something, and they didn't seem to notice.
We probably got ahead almost immediately, unfortunately. But are you aware of what's happening outside?
Yes, Jonas informed us of the situation. You're not staying for the night?
Not likely, but we've got some things we need to do immediately, and depending on the outcome of those will determine how long we'll be staying, if at all.
Okay, well, I'll make the guest rooms to be ready, just in case.
Thank you.
And everyone's welcome to stay here, of course.
Appreciate it.
Of course, Sean.
All right. I think it's best we head off, go speak to that church, right?
Yes. Church.
All right. Thank you all again.
No worries, of course.
Congratulations.
Nice
wonderful
meeting
addition
you.
to your family.
Nice meeting you, little one. Hope you're. Yep.
Come
Yep.
on.
Okay, that happens a lot. Calm emotion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Drakig. I think it's the teeth.
No, that's fine. I'm sure the little one won't feel too much pain over the next couple of minutes. And you hope your scarring heals up fine. Okay. On we go.
Okay.
Yep. I nailed that.
Well,
Your family is very accommodating, John.
I think it's that farm upbringing we had. Our parents were very much that, and Danica took on to it very well. So I'm just happy Midos is much like that, and she didn't find someone polar opposite.
Yes, it's it truly is a sight to have that sort of family. You're very lucky.
Thank you. I feel lucky.
Mr. John.
Yes.
I was just staying very quiet because I wasn't sure how much. But you didn't ask any questions about what happened. Do we not want to investigate?
I thought about it, but I thought perhaps the other thing we got to do may take priority, and it could prove as a distraction. But now that you're saying it aloud, it probably would be a good idea. Why don't we do what needs to be done, and if we have time to return, or if we need to speak, Danica to teleport us.
You can ask at breakfast.
Sounds good.
What if? Hear me out. John, this is your family. You chill here for a bit. We'll go to the church, and then we'll come back and meet you at get you to go to the Karamechis.
I think I'll head. I appreciate it, but I think I'll head with you all.
I just think this might be the last chance you get to see them for who knows how long.
You're right, but as soon as we can get all this bullshit sorted, I can finally maybe just relax and stay with them.
Fair enough. I healed him a bit, by the way.
Oh. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh. So you head back downstairs?
Downstairs. Before leaving, Sean is gonna find Jonas.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gonna give Jonas a big old hug and pull him back and just be like, I would give you some coin, but I know you won't accept it. You never fucking do.
Nah.
But just know that I'm thankful for what you've done and that you're looking after them.
Thank you, sir. I find it easy. I've grown accustomed to them and they've grown accustomed to me. So, of course, it's not really a job. It's more of a friendship. And I appreciate the time I have with them. And I'm glad that I got to meet you and your family.
And I got to meet you, too. You're a good man.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Side note, can I assume that I ate, drank tea, and was silent for an hour?
Sure.
Can we assume that?
If you want to, we can say that.
Yeah, I just... someone hit me with their breath weapon for most of...
True. Fair.
Earlier on before I just...
Yeah, no, that's all good. That's fair. We can say that.
While we're there, as we're leaving, Sorry, what was the name of Mr. Macaroni?
I don't know from that description.
Hang on, what?
You and Macarena do.
Mr.
Grand Salamander.
What?
Oh,
Langdon?
Featherman.
Langdon
Steel
Steel Singer.
Steel Singer, that's it.
Singer. Like Mr. Macaroni, what the hell?
Wait,
That could have been literally anyone in my repertoire.
I am the
As-
Triton Macaroni.
I just thought because it's like stuck a feather in his cap and alright. As we're leaving, I'm just gonna go, Jonas, would you mind drafting a letter for me and getting it delivered to someone?
Oh, of course, Miss Celeste. What would you like me to say?
Could you please address it to Mr. Langdon Steel Singer,
Sure.
and just let him know that Mina is here. She is safe, and that her possessions are here, and has been dropped off by us.
Sure, I can definitely do that. What do you want me to deliver this to?
Where did he say he was? At the garrison place?
We didn't really say, but the garrison was where the guards are stationed.
Yeah, I'll just say deliver it to the garrison address to just Landon Steel Singer. They should know what to do with it.
Of course, no problem. I can definitely do that. Thank you, Miss Celeste.
Thank you, Jonas. No, don't thank me. I thank you for doing me a favor. Thank you.
Thank you for thanking me.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you for thanking me for thanking you.
And as you head through the dining room area to go back out, you, Drekik and Ingwe, you will notice that the knitted little throw, there is the name Kellan on there.
Who notices this?
You two, with your passive perception of a fucking million.
Yeah. The name was Kellan?
Kellan Ordensfall. And
How many family members you got, John?
Oh yes, I know who that is.
This is most of them here. I got a father-in-law that's ways away for the time being.
And a Derlin. And Derlin.
Yep,
John.
yep,
Danica.
yep.
There's Kellan. Whoever that is.
Not familiar with the Kellan besides the one y'all mentioned a little bit ago, but that could just be coincidental. I mean, maybe there are other Ordenfalls around.
Must be almost done, because... Wait, what am I talking about? I can't read.
so Ingwe would have seen this.
Kellan's the baby's name.
These must be pretty big letters.
Like for a giant.
Kellan's the baby.
No,
Right?
Rohan was the baby.
Rohan's the baby.
Yeah.
Why is your mum making a scarf for Kellan?
Well,
If
you-
Rohan's the baby's name. Weird.
No, I think she.
Isn't his
I
like
think-
your great grandfather?
I don't know who they are. You mentioned them the other day.
I don't know, Meredith. I believe are the names on the plaque.
Yeah, in the city.
Maybe when we return, I'll bring that up. Speak to Mama Macy about it.
Yes, we do have other pressing matters.
And Chirok has to pee.
It is also time for a break, so let us go on a little extended break. Not extended break, but a little late break. And then we will continue on from here on. Let us go on a break,
Okay.
so we don't
Woo!
kill
Won't
any
read
of our
anymore.
players.
See you shortly.
Right. looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice. The company are experts in specialty dice made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It would greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than the other, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such a second era came to be with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their god after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northmen constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are descended from a real dragon. The Empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering their nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Throw in after our little break. Hope everyone has had a nice break, and Sharok is done peeing, specifically. So, after we left off, you found a name on a throw that was being knitted by Sean's mother, and you decided to head out into the city. Where would you like to go, however?
I think we were looking for the Church of Larrick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that next?
Right, yeah.
Yes. The church against the place that the Legion that we're not talking about. That we know nothing about.
Well, sure. Let's. Maybe we should go to the Karamashis first because I'm a bit confused about what we're gonna do at the church because you told me that we're not supposed to tell anyone anything, and if we go to the church and don't tell them anything, I don't think they'll tell us anything. Maybe they have books. Let's go to the church and look at books.
Which one's closer?
Well,
Who
they
knows
obviously
this city?
know of threat, do they not?
Well, I mean, the closest one is probably the Karamachi estate. But they're pretty close to each other in that sense.
Yeah, I imagine they're already aware of the circumstances after what Drekik found out, right?
Well, that was the reason we were going there, because their church was in Ratvault and they needed to cleanse the church before they could build a new one.
So, while we're walking, I would just like to let you know what my intentions of going to the church is for.
Right.
To check, because you were relatively upset at me for following through with my intentions with
We'll say.
Mr. Macaroni.
Mr.
I may-
Macaroni, Langdon Steelfinger.
I may have lost my temper with you slightly, a bit too much, Ingwe, and apologize for that. But I really do not like that guy at all. He-
Seems to be like a bit of a pattern where like there's these dudes that I think are really cool that everyone else doesn't like. There's something there.
I get your point there, Ingwe, and like, I mean, if I liked a guy, I'd trust them a lot too. I guess I'd trust him a lot more than someone I don't like. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Guess it's all a personal take on how you look at things.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Anyway, so my plan for going to the Church of Larrick is to try and build an alliance of all the different gods and create an army to try and take back the city.
Yes,
That's why we're
Good.
going there, right?
that sounds great.
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, well.
I didn't know about the Alliance of the Gods thing, but that makes sense to me. So yeah, I'm in.
I mean, I've allied with a lot of them already, and
So-
pretty much all the ones I care about.
We're going
One
to tell
more,
them that we went to the city and we fought the...
We ran away
Yes.
from the city. We didn't really fight, unless fighting counts as fighting your way to leave.
Yeah.
Why did we go to the city? What was the purpose of that?
Well, we analyzed their defenses. We know it takes them exactly 36 seconds to arrive, and if we catch the big dragon dude and death and kill him, then we're pretty sure that it'll
We were in the city longer than 36 seconds, Ingwe. Sure.
yes, you're right. But once we pick up a thing,
Oh, is that what triggered it?
I think it's when they sensed our presence because we were quite quiet moving in. So I think it's from when they realise that we're there. Perhaps that's how long it takes for them to come down from their ivory tower and.
So
land.
36 seconds after they know we're there, they attack.
yeah. So, like, if we had like a big army and like someone walked in and was like, doo, 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 I'm coming to steal some stuff, and then picked up the stuff and then pretended to run away, and we all waited and then just attacked, but was like close, then we could.
But what
destroy
if
it all.
someone triggers it and we don't know? And then 36 seconds later they attack and we're like, well, if only we knew that 36 seconds ago.
I think we're overthinking this a bit.
Oh, look, there's the church!
Well, you arrive at the Church of Larrick, which is a very, very big and beautiful church with red and gold seals everywhere. And the roof itself is also with red tiling, and the building itself is made of very light gray stone. It almost looks like marble, but it isn't really. It's still kind of a basic type of stone. But it's very beautiful. It's very well decorated. And you see a lot of individuals coming and going. Most of them seems to be going in there to pray. And there's a few individuals that also seems to be working there or working for the church. There's a woman holding a little bowl for where you can add donations. She's wearing mostly white clothes and just like a little golden crown of not real flowers, but like golden flowers in a sense. And she's just standing there and saying hi to everyone coming and going and thank you thanking people for donations.
Right, so I suppose, more to Ingaway's point is, what information are we going to share?
I think, and I say this in the sincerest of hearts, I think we should let Ingwe take the lead.
Okay, but I am still apprehensive about the amount of information that's shared.
I think Ingwe knows, and now I think he's good. I think we should trust him. I think maybe we're a bit too harsh on him before. I think we should just.
Also apprehensive about the amount of information that I can share, but if it's historical and it's not about us and what we've done, is that a good boundary?
Yes.
Apart from what we've done in the city.
Yes. So I think not really insinuating connections between what we're currently working on and things that we've done in the sense of, ongoing investigations, unless it is very pertinent to the situation in the case of Gratford.
But I will let them know about that we're representatives of the gods. Our gods.
And Inc. Inc. Incorporated.
No, that's the line, right? VK
Oh, yes, that's the line.
Incorporated
Sorry.
is all the secret stuff I'm not allowed to talk about. And
That was a test, and you passed.
Was it actually a test?
I'm obliged to tell you that wasn't a test.
Artex is just cackling his fucking ass off independent. These bitches don't know shit. They break this contract like 2 days after it was signed.
Oh.
no, I get it, Mr. Dreckick. You can lie as long as you do this. It makes it okay to lie, right? Because then it's like a joke. It's humorous if you're like, I'm a human being. See? You can do it.
I'm blue.
Got it. Right.
I think he's got this, guys.
I think he's got it.
By Jove, I think
Jove.
he's got Where is Spain? What is rain?
Right, well, I'm happy with that then.
All right. I will say I do think that this is the kind of situation where being forthright with a lot of information will better the chances of us earning their trust. So.
Oh, Ingwe. Code. If I sneeze, back off.
Last time you nearly killed him with that sneeze.
I will not sneeze at him. I'll sneeze up. And hopefully not into the rafters. I'll be outside. You'll hear me sneeze. Don't worry.
Just a random passerby.
Cough rather than sneezing.
Not quite as loud.
We're the golden. Our gods are the golden patrons.
Golden patrons are
Sharon,
the one that Athea works for, and the Archidron Church is the one that Drekkick is belonging to. And now, Sean. Archidron. Alright. What is the plan?
So
right.
Let's go.
And as you head towards the door, you see that this woman extends the bowl for donations towards you, in case you feel like you would want to donate anything, or you can pass by without doing so. That is up to you.
Definitely. Of course, I've got a very important donation to make.
You just put a pamphlet in the bowl?
And I put a very valuable seed that's about to blossom.
She doesn't seem to mention it, but she's just like, well, everyone shares what they can.
Exactly.
I'll put it as silver from the party funds.
Thank you for the silver. Thank you.
Bag of 10 gold.
Oh, thank you so much, mister. Thank you. She kind of looks towards Sean, expectantly.
John pulled out like 2 silver, and then saw Celeste do 1 silver, and was like, "Oh, is this too much?" And suddenly, just like this whole bag of gold.
This is too little.
Just gives Ollie silver, which is only 7 pieces, but
Thank you, all of you. It is appreciated. Thank you.
Funding the building of the new fucking temple.
Well, that is what that donation is going for.
Come to the grand opening.
Come inside.
We need a plaque on the entrance.
weirdly more invested in that new temple than we think.
So, well, you are free to enter.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm new here with my friends. We're looking to speak to Gaborian Kalistan.
Oh, he's not here. I think the closest to talk to would probably be Oriana Ironhelm. She is inside. She is the leader of the order.
Excellent.
And if you can't find her, there's also Master Crickholt inside, who is the High Cleric.
Crickle and Oriana. Got it.
You enter this very, very beautifully decorated church. It seems like where most of the other churches probably spend money on building other churches, because they can't build a grand chapel. They have spent a lot of money on decorating the ones they did have already to make them look really beautiful. And you can see all these beautiful paintings on the wall, kind of similar to what you've seen Vartix paint. It looks similar to that, with angels and gods and such coming down from the heavens and such. And then there's large stained glass windows depicting what you believe is probably Larek, because it's wearing red clothes and with it's more gold, it's more yellow than gold, but you get that that's probably just because it's stained glass. You can't really make gold stained glass. It's just a big open building, lots and lots of little pews with seats and stuff like that where everyone can sit, and there's a few individuals sitting there praying. There's no one performing a ceremony, but there is a priest, you would assume, at the end of the area where the altar is, and you can see that is it's a very skinny man with very long arms and stuff. He's not very muscular in any way. And next to him there is a dwarf, a female dwarf, in full battle armor, with a large hammer on her back, and she's just having a conversation with him silently while other individuals are praying.
Excuse me.
The man looks at you. Yes. How can I help you?
I'm looking for Crickhold and or Ariana.
I'm Crickwalt, and this is Oriana. How can we help?
My name is Ingwe, and I'm a representative of the Golden Patrons, and I have with me in my company the chosen one of the Archidran. And we have recently come from Gretfall, and we're looking to form some sort of alliance to retake the city.
Interesting. Well, please come. Let us talk in our private chambers instead. This is probably not a conversation for the praying area. And you can see Oriana. She looks at him and she's like, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this one." Like, oh, right. And he darts off, and she's like, "Come on, come with me. Let's go have a conversation in the next room." And she like cling, cling, cling as she walks past. Yes, it's very heavy
as we-
armor.
As we go to the next room, we're just going to nudge Ingwe and just go,
She leads you into it looks a little bit like a mess hall of some sort, and she's like, "Yeah, please take a seat here." You see that she's a very beautiful woman with like very long hair, like braided. Hairstyle wise, it's very similar to what you would see in Shatnan or in Okroland. Not so much native to this area, and she is a dwarf. She does not have a beard. That's very specific. And she leads you all in and closes the door and tells you, "Have a seat. What can I help you with?"
Well, as I said outside, my name is Ingwe. I'm a representative of the Golden Patrons.
Right. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
As is my compatriot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And she shakes everyone's hands if they want to.
We also have the chosen of the Archidron, and we are.
Wow. Impressive.
We've recently come from Grapple.
Oh, I'm surprised that you made it out today alive. Usually, very hardened individuals go in there and they're never seen again. I'm impressed.
Well, I've got a lot of information. I've got some recent information from Gaburi and Kalistan.
Oh, did you talk to him?
No.
Okay.
I read about him. Is he here? Can I talk to him?
He never came back. He went to the city and he never came back. So we assume that he's probably lost, unfortunately.
Oh. Why did he go by himself, or did he go with a group, or what's the?
He went by himself, and he knew that was a bad idea. We told him that it probably was not the right way to go, but he decided to go anyway, and he gathered some information. And the first letter we got from him was about some tower in the middle of the city, but he said he was going to go and investigate further, and we haven't heard from him since, and that's probably a year ago.
Well, yeah, it seems pretty silly to go by yourself. There's like swarms of undead creatures in that city.
Right. Yes. And she pulls out this little book she has in her bag and she places it. And for you, it's a pretty big book, but for her, it's just like, yeah, it doesn't weigh anything. She's pretty strong. And she starts opening this book, and you can just see all these drawings and little notes, and you can see, there's these creatures and these creatures, and there's a very specific systematic drawing and then notes about each of the creatures, very similar to a Dungeon Master's Handbook, but just without the stats. And you can see that there's a lot of the creatures that you have encountered. There's also some that you have definitely not seen. And there is one of them that appears to be of a dragon, but it does not appear to be a zombie dragon. It appears to be a skeleton dragon.
And we saw a skeleton dragon, or did we see a zombie dragon?
And from the drawing, it looks like that's a lot bigger. But most of the other things you can see are similar. There's also some drawings of what looks to be humanoid creatures, elves, dwarves. That seems to be wearing black cloaks. That seems to, in the drawing at least, seem to be worshipping some altar within this place. So there's a lot of different things that you definitely haven't seen. But the majority of it is trying to ascertain the creatures within. And she kind of points to some of them and says, have you seen this one?
We saw that one. Oh, no, we didn't see that one. Oh, yeah.
And that's, again, a very strong depiction of the birds and the scarecrow. And the scarecrow coming alive and killing people.
Bingo.
That creature that you tried to describe to us, Ingwe, when you were the... What was that?
That was this one.
Yeah, you can see these humanoid like creatures with a face snapping open into 4 different pieces, and then long tongues coming out. And it's very
Yep.
looks like this has been drawn over the last maybe 100 years. It seems to very cohesive.
So, what we were thinking of doing is it seems like people like Calistan have gone into the city with a sense of glory for themselves, and I've come here today with my compatriots to try and begin to build some sort of alliance. So we have the Goldroom Patrons and the Archidron. If we could get the Church of Larrick, and I think we could get I think the next step is to get the Kingdom on board, because it feels, well, there. I think it would be important for the Kingdom to get on board, as well.
Right.
Not the
I understand what you're coming from. I understand what you're saying, and I believe you're right. But we've been trying to do that for years, and it doesn't work. The approach that I think maybe is the most direct that will work is that if we gather the different churches together, it seems everyone has an issue with the undead. We do have an open conversation with most of the churches in the city, not including the nameless one for obvious reasons. But we have definitely started a debate, and with some information from you, we might be able to add that to the situation. Hopefully, we just need manpower, which is the big problem.
man, but you've got like a big church.
Yes, but not everyone is like fighters or are able to just simply go into a haunted city to fight undead creatures. People have to be at the right mindset, or they will simply just run away.
That's true. That's true. Okay. Well, we don't have to kill the whole city. We just have to come up with it. Well, if we just have to, destroy the tower like Gaborian Calistan said. Can you get me in touch with any other people like him that are interested in actually doing something about it?
Well, I mean, I'm the Grand Redeemer of the Larrick Church, and he was one of my subjects, and I am very much interested in this.
Okay. Good. Well, what assistance can you give us to try to bring together bring together a company to try and achieve this goal?
Well, so far we have maybe 10 really strong individuals that could potentially go, but I think that we're probably going to need a lot more than that. Even with our divine powers and battle skills, we're going to need more. And we have been in open debate for a while, but maybe when it comes from us, it is not necessarily as, how should I say, as efficient as if it comes from without of the church. If it comes from someone not within the church, maybe that can help them see it as more of a global thing than a Larrick issue. Sometimes we have a tendency to hear that others believe that that's our problem because we focus so much on it. Yes, but we have open debates, and do you have any news that you can add to the situation that can maybe help?
Well, we were there 4 days ago. What about the king? Is the king? The king has a big army. Has he ever tried to retake the city?
They did have an attempt at some point. It didn't go too well, and since then it's pretty much been a no every time we've been asking for help. He has a lot of different things going on all the time, so I understand that he might not be able to lend troops for this. But we will find either way. I'm sure we will find a way. It's just taken so long for us to get here so far, but yes.
And the Black Legion. Have you heard about the Black Legion? Is that related or not related?
Whips through the list and points to a drawing of Death sitting on a zombie dragon. Yes, I believe that this individual here is one of their main culprits, so to speak. I don't believe that he's in charge, but I believe that he's definitely more in charge than some of the others that we have encountered. We have had fighting. We have some fights with them over the years. Every now and then they resurface and they try to disrupt the balance of religious beliefs, and we fight them. And we so far have been successful in a way. We have also had some very hard battles.
I will hold my pose in like a meditative state and speak telepathically to Celeste. And say, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about our investigation, but it seems pertinent to tell him about the attack from the Black Legion on the king. Recently there was an attack on the prince by the Black Legion.
Right, okay, I didn't know that. It hasn't been shared yet. Interesting. Well, that may change things slightly. Might need to start a conversation with the king again.
Can you do that? Is there any way you can get us an audience with the king? We were there when they attacked.
I think it would
killed his son this morning.
Right. I don't know if I can get an audience with you, but I can definitely get an audience with them. It's going to take a little bit of time. Maybe if we could somehow gather some more people, then we could show a strong, united front, and maybe that will help convince the king.
How many?
How many?
How many people?
Well, I would say that we probably need at least 100 people if we're going to go in. Maybe more if possible.
Les can take out 25. John, you probably got about 30. Ingwe, you probably about, 10? And I'll take the rest.
But you just came from there.
Yep.
Didn't seem like you were that successful, no offense.
We were ambushed. It's fine.
Right.
Mr. Strickett, we're trying to build, and I know you represent the Arcadran, but we're trying to build an alliance of if there's 5 of us, and if we get 10 from Larrick, and if we could get 100 from the king.
Have you tried advertising?
Yes.
We're very good at that.
It's not so powerful as you could imagine. A lot of people want to go into Gradward. A lot of people are too happy living their happy lives. But this new information does change things, and I think that I can use this to get the other churches on the table. Maybe I can have a meeting with them, and we can change the course.
Reward?
I don't think that is the right way to do it.
Even though bodies.
Yes, but it attracts the wrong type of individuals. We need people who are there because they know what they're facing, and they're there because it's the right thing to do. Because if you're there for the money, you will run away as soon as you're in trouble.
But to get people in the door, I mean, and then you could do debriefing and training sessions. If the more people that you get coming, the more chance you have to at least spread the word.
Yes, you are correct. I think that is something we need to talk about as well. I can have a meeting. I would take this to the table. I would try to talk to the other in the theological council, and yes, this could change things. Thank you for this information. It's not been publicly shared.
Which other god groups are in the council?
Well, we have all the different churches. So let me just find my list.
Stormlord hates the city as well, just saying.
He did
So,
strike it that one time.
Yeah,
have the Church of
I asked for a
Moradin.
sign and this lightning bolt came down.
We have the Church of Moradin. We have the Church of Rex, the Church of Larig, of course. We have the Church of Liana, the Church of Niana. We also have the Church of the Raven Queen. They are part of it, and let me just check my list. We have the Lavender, the Order of the Lavender Church, and the Church of Altis. And that's pretty much the ones in the city, at least. I mean, the official ones. We do have people coming and going. We have had visitors from the Archidon Church, but they don't live here, so they come and go.
You said the nameless ones weren't part of the... What? Who are the nameless ones?
So they're the individuals who, you've probably seen them wear these strange masks, these like hexagonal-like masks.
Mm-hmm.
They tend to stay to themselves, and they don't do much to actually... they just don't do much in general. We don't really know much about them, but they have been deemed not to be of nefarious origin, so we accept them, but as a church, they don't really do much. Only their members really know what's going on.
Well, could you do me a favor? I'd like to organize a meeting of all the representatives.
Yes, we can probably arrange for that. It might take a few days to get it organized, but yes, we can definitely do that.
Well, why don't we make it a bit longer? Why don't we make it for Hubalif of the September the 3rd? And I will state a date. I know you've told us previously how the months work. Can I make it the date 3 months in the future?
3 months in the future?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I can try to do that. I would wish we could do it sooner, but I'll see if that's possible.
Oh, you want to do it sooner? Yeah, when do you think it should be?
Maybe a few weeks away from now. It's probably more logical, I think.
Oh, well, let's make it the 3rd day of Hubby.
Sure.
Interesting month, that.
Sure, we can make it the 3rd of the...
Oh,
Sure.
my dog was born.
Oh, that's my birth month. Okay. Yeah. I can try to do that. Yes. I'll see how well I can do. I can maybe reschedule if necessary, but I'll try to do that. Yes, definitely. Thank you for that information. That will definitely help us.
Well, do you have a library or something that we can do research? Do you have any more information for us that we can continue on our quest with?
I mean, the original story is, of course, that the city was cursed twice, and there was some sort of lycanthropy curse first, and then the whole city dropped dead and came back to life. There's not a lot of details because most of the information is inside. We do have a library of various different reasons, and you're free to use that if you want.
And what about accessing the Book of Death?
The Book of Death?
Well, I have it in my notes somewhere. I know that the original copy is in the private collection of the king, but do you have a copy?
No, it's not something that's been given on to us. I must say that the Book of Death, as you should describe it, it's more of a ritual book of sorts than a reading book.
Of the spells that originally made the city what it is. That's.
No, that's not what that is. It's very unpleasant rituals that someone could perform for various reasons to do various things.
Oh. I was just reading Calistan's notes, and he seemed to think it was really important. So I'm just following up on that lead.
Yes, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I haven't investigated a book myself personally yet, so maybe it is true. But Caliston have never seen it.
Oh, so the king doesn't share that sort of thing with.
He's very efficient in keeping his collection private.
He doesn't share his collection with the. Weird. This man, you guys. I mean. Yeah. Okay, that's important information. Well, good. Well, I'll see you in the meeting, then.
Nice.
We'll get on with our investigation and see if we can find anyone else. And you said that the library is the library on site.
Yeah, so it's if you go through this door and you take a right, there is a library up there, and just let them know that I have let you in. If anyone have any questions, feel free to peruse as much as you want.
Excellent. We'll head that way now.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for this information. It's very helpful for us.
Thank you very much for your time.
Of course.
Jean's going to linger back just a little bit as the others head off. Not secretly or anything, but he's just going to wander back and... if you are looking for numbers, and the city will need to be populated once it is retaken, perhaps you could offer people a home within the city once it is cleansed. I'm sure
It's
people
not a bad idea.
will jump to the idea of getting a place to live.
It's not a bad idea. I think most of the individuals who used to live in this city is no longer with us, and most of the families, they were wiped out during this. There is, of course, some that have legitimate claims to houses and properties and such within. But
Yes.
you're right that it could be insensitive for certain people. It is a
Just an
rather
idea.
big city as well, so if we manage to fix this situation, then it is maybe not a bad idea. Thank you.
Of course, just came to me, and I thought, mention.
No, of course. No,
Thank you again.
thank you.
Rejoin the group.
So you head into the archives, and you walk into this room that basically is just books, no shelves, just books stacked on books everywhere. There's no
My
counter.
curse follows
There's
me.
not really any people, but there's just books and books everywhere. And then there's like little hallways you can go through, and if you want to grab one of the books, you have to like lift up one and grab one and push it down, and yeah, it's a little
This is-
messy.
This is the image that Drakic sees in nightmares.
It's just a mimic book eating him.
I swear I could read not half an hour ago, but now.
It seems to be in system. It doesn't seem to be completely everywhere, but it's not really on shelves. It looks like there once was shelves on the wall, but they gave up because they had too much.
Okay, Mr. Drakic,
Yes.
Mr. John, and Celeste. So, when I was researching this earlier, the last person that seemed to know information was Gabrus in Calistan, and he believes that the cause of the evil comes from the crystal tower in the center, which is consistent with what we saw, right?
Yeah.
He noted the Ordensfall family, which is you, Jean, came from the city and were important to its liberation. He also noted a couple of other things. There was a book referred to as the Book of Death that was in the private collection of the king, which he felt was the key. And he also noticed that there was a crystal cross that was retrieved and put into the king's collection.
That is interesting, Sean.
You have
That's
a lot of
interesting.
information about this.
Yes, we did a very good job of researching when we stopped by earlier. I do have to wonder though, did they mention any sort of significance or tie-in between the cross, the book, and the tower? Was there any sort of correlation between them, or is it just there's a suspicion that
I
there's
too am very interested.
I too would like to know.
Yes.
For no reason.
Well, as part of the city, there's important items that were powerful in terms of its restoration, and so some of them, and I think that this Book of Death is about its creation. So if we could understand the spells that encourage the creation of the curse, we can somehow defeat them. And then it seems like this crystal cross thing was something that was like able to defeat it and was captured. That's my reading of it. But I really need to speak to Gaborian to get more information.
Did she not say that that person was dead?
Missing, hasn't been heard from.
In a year.
Yeah.
Went missing at the city that we went pretty far into, to be honest. I don't think his chances are great, Ingwe.
Maybe we can send him a message.
Can we do that?
Why are you all looking at me?
You're the one that sends the messages.
No. I have to be somewhat familiar with the person, have a rough, description of them or a connection in some way to them. All I have is a name.
Way.
Nah, I just found it in books. That wouldn't help. We need to find someone that knows them.
Were they able to give me a very accurate description of what they look like and how they sound? But with Derlin it was easy because I just imagined kind of a miniature Jean Gloria, and it was it was easier. And I was standing with the boy's father. It's more difficult when it's just a name pulled out of thin air.
The Grand Redeemer potentially be able to help in that regard?
Potentially. They would need to be able to give me a very accurate description of the person, I would imagine. I need to be able to visualize it in my head. So if it's a completely different person, then it could,
Man. If only you could invade people's heads like Ingwe could.
With our powers combined.
We are Captain Invasion of Privacy.
Teletubbies of invasion.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little antsy sitting inside here knowing that chaos is just on the horizon. I'm not gonna be great with these books. I think I might head out and keep an eye and an ear on the situation and just listen into the streets to see if I can hear any word of what's going on. And then I'll let you know.
I think I'll join you, John.
Are you sure?
Unless any of these books are particularly made for giants, I don't think I'll be helpful. And even if they are made for giants, I can't read giant.
Fair. All right. Well, why don't we do this instead then? If you're heading out and you're gonna have trouble here, I don't mean this in a bad way. At least I can see the letters, so I'll give it a try, I guess. And why don't you take this, and I'll hand you the sending stone. And why don't you use that to keep in touch with us if you hear anything.
Is this how you keep communication this whole time?
Yep.
Did you get the sending stone back off Derlin, or has he still got that?
He would have given it back.
I'm assuming this is their sending stone.
Oh, well, there.
Dylan, are you there?
You have read Atheist. I was mad
Message, Alfred. Well, Jean, we can help you find what you're. I can kind of tell you the type of books to look for, the type of titles that might be beneficial, kind of the age of the book in question. I'm quite good at kind of referencing, so I can guide you in the right direction at least.
I think I'll need it because I understood maybe half of what you just said in reference to books, but thank you.
Book.
You should
Title.
start with that one. Right there, with
This
the
one?
golden binder. Yep.
Okay.
Deck save. Goodbye.
So what are you looking for? What are you individually looking for here?
I think we should each look for something. So someone looks for some references to the cross, someone looks for the references to the book, and someone else looks for the references to the what was the third thing? The tower.
I'm happy to take the cross.
Right. Well, I'll look for references on, I suppose, the book or the spells or whatever it was. That's sort of.
Yeah, and so if you specifically look for the Book of the Death, and Mr. John, you specifically look for the Crystal Cross,
Yeah.
and I will look for references to magic items that have used to the Crystal Tower.
All right.
Right.
Rekik is gonna find the tallest building he can find and have a look and see what's happening beyond the walls.
Okay.
Oh, here, Drekik, do you want this?
You can't
Sure.
see outside of the city from where you are.
Okay.
Even within the tower, it's not tall enough to see because most of the vision is obscured by the large statue in the middle.
Big bloody statue.
Why do so many people have to live in there?
So the rest of you can make investigation checks. And are you looking for books as well, Drekig, or are you not looking for books?
Well, I wasn't, but once I find that there's really nothing I can see, I'll probably head back down and just randomly pick up a book, look to see if there's some sort of picture in it, close it, and put it back.
So helpful.
The title is like The Rise and Fall of Grutfort, and it's just like, this seems no use, and just puts it back.
It's upside down. He's like, that's weird.
Mr. Drekik, can you maybe help me just by like these big stacks and stuff? If you can follow me around and help me just move the stacks while I'm looking and hold things with that, could you do that?
Okay.
Right. So
Order
Ingrid
me
has advantage.
That's probably best.
I'd also, before I start actually reading books, I'd like to cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
And just like do a general survey / see if there's an organizational system.
Right. So there is an organizational system of some sort. Most of this is all related to each other one way or another, so it's a little hard to make a specific one because it's all like a net they're all tying together somehow.
Yes.
There's no magic in here except for the lights within the room are magical that they can turn on and off. Other than that, everything is just books.
So then I'm going to specifically look for the Crystal Tower.
Okay. Make a investigation check with advantage.
Can I just say, Mr. Ingwe, it's probably near the bottom of the piles if no one's reading this stuff. So this is how I give advantage.
I rolled a 1 and a...
Advantage is great.
Advantage is great. Investigation. And a 17.
Right. You do find some general information about the tower. The tower was not originally there when the city was a city. It seemed to have grown out from this tower that it is attached to almost overnight. The first encounters of the city, the tower itself was not complete as what you saw. There was pieces of it missing compared to what you saw now, so it must have grown over time. There was accounts of when the tower itself was not completed, that there was a woman within the tower that was orchestrating some sort of magic on top of it. That's kind of what you get. There isn't a lot of information because most of the individuals who've gone to the city never came back.
It's a nice picture. At the tower.
There's a little drawing of the half-constructed tower and a woman who appears to have holes in her. Doesn't look like her shape is complete. It looks like there's places where you can see the tower and the background through. You're not sure if that's an art direction or if that is an actual visual interpretation.
This artist wasn't very good. They missed me.
Oh. Sean. You are a little low on the voice.
Oh, sorry.
He's back.
I was typing, I didn't want the clicky clackies. I'm going to go on the far end as far as possible from everyone else. And I'm going to... First, I'm going to reach out and touch a stack of books with my fancy arm. And I'm going to just sort of very softly speak to myself and sort of go, "What are you looking for? It? You sense anything here that'll help? You're going to be able to guide me in the right direction, see what I can find?"
You can feel your arm slightly tingling. And you have advantage.
Yeah.
Yes, Celeste.
Don't need it. Natural 20.
There you go. There you go. You instantly just pick up a book almost like by instinct. And it just has a drawing on one of the first pages of the cross itself. Like an amethyst colored cross made of stone. It is titled The Crystal Cross of Second Redemption, which seems to be a legendary item that can bring anyone back from the dead. And make them corporeal in their own body, even if their own body was once destroyed.
I'm writing this all in caps lock.
It is unknown how many times this object would work, but it has at least been used on one account. Whoop whoop.
I'm going to try sneaky this book into me bag.
Okay, you get sleight of hand. It's a high DC with these people in the room.
And I don't have good sleight of hand, so this is going to be fun. Come on. Not bad. Pretty good. 19.
Trekkie, you do notice this. But no one else seemed to. Oh, thank you for the gifted subs, Nora.
Hey.
I just noticed Doc didn't have any. I'm just gonna pick up a random book and lob it at John and just go, "Hey John, maybe it's this one." But it has a picture of a flower on it or something.
How to bake with flowers.
I'll give it a look. Literally look at the cover and like open it once, close it, and be like, "Oh, maybe next time."
There we go. Celeste.
I get Sonos to come help me and give me advantage. Everyone else got advantage.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
you can try.
I'm not wasting a message spell to get him to get here. No, I got a 17.
And what were you searching for?
Information on the Book of Death /
Right.
spells / rituals in that realm.
Right. You do find what was your roll? Sorry.
17.
17. You do find a book about this. Most of it is actually drawings of some of the rituals, but most of the most important parts have been left out. And you get that that's probably on purpose. It does describe that the book is full of rituals for bringing individuals back from death in various states of reanimation. There is even a ritual in there that depicts how to resurrect an entire city with the spell to make them all undead. They would have to die first for that to come back, but it is possible to infect them with this curse. And there is a note that is made by Gabrion himself that says several individuals have come back from the city and has been affected with this curse unknowingly. And if they were to die, they would come back as undead.
And you said it was a curse.
Possible reason for this? The bells.
Bells.
The majority of the book is mostly crude sketches of what each ritual does without how to do it for safety reasons. And one last note, one last entry is that it is a book that belongs to a woman named Davina. Last name unknown.
Davina ... question.
That's pretty much what you get.
Alright. I'm gonna take some time copying. Pretty much just, if we can't take the books, I'm gonna pretty much spend as much time as I can just opening in my notebook, tracing the drawings, and then just writing down notes and copying it all across into my notebook.
Sure. No problem. Right. I believe that was everyone. Anything else that you individuals would like to do within this library? It's taken a few hours to do this, and it's roughly around 6 o'clock, and it's starting to become dark now.
Well, I found a few things. How did everyone else go? Do you want to huddle?
Yeah, let's share everything that we found.
Sure. Are we doing that here?
Yeah, this seems like a good place. There's no one watching.
These
And then,
books make it really hard to hear anything.
If anyone wants to pass me their books, I can take down any notes or anything directly from the source as well. I've got my thank you, Drekik. Praying for dummies.
How to teach a 5-year-old child to draw.
Yeah. It's like one of those like ABC books where it's like A is for Athea, B is for it's like all the gods.
And D is for death.
John does a small half rotation and just tries to pull it out. Doesn't mind if they see, but is trying to stop from anyone else seeing.
There's no one in the room other than you.
Oh. Then he feels like an idiot and or very precautious. I don't know. That pulls it out and yeah. I think I did pretty well.
Oh, is this it?
Seems to be.
Celeste will lay out a piece of paper over the front of the book and like sketch out the replica, I guess, of the cover with the symbol, and then kind of open it as John is talking about the note. She'll like flick to those pages and like copy them into her notebook as we're going. Just as a note, she'll do that with all the books, so all the info that they have will be in one.
Right. So I'm guessing you all shared all the information that you found as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, in the previous library, it said that the king had this cross, and Mr. John, you found the book that said that the cross was a very powerful magical item that could bring things back.
Seems to be.
That's the same as these rituals, so that they could awaken an entire city, although not back in their actual form, back in reanimation.
Well,
Does it specify?
the book that I've referred refers to a woman making the crystal tower grow.
That woman wouldn't by chance be the woman from your book, right, Celeste?
I don't know. This woman looked like Swiss cheese.
What, was there a woman in my book? Did I miss that?
The
There was
Danica
named
lady.
Davina.
Oh yeah, the name. Yeah.
There was a name, that's all. There was no additional reference.
Yeah. By the way,
wonder if-
while you're going through all those notes and that, when you've got the book that John handed you, the whole time he's like standing right next to the book and like occasionally twitching his like fingers towards it a little bit and like putting his hand next to it and just like,
Celeste reaches over and holds his hand. It's fine.
I don't know.
You're right, John. You want to get going, do you?
Just with everything going on outside, and I think I want to hang on to that book.
Is that stealing? Are we allowed to take from here?
I don't know if
Can
we
we-
are.
Rent, perhaps.
Well, I can just ask them.
Yeah. Yeah.
How about we just see how we go, and if they have a problem with it later, we can always say sorry and bring you back.
Well, my only usually, yes. My only concern is that we really want to keep on these people's good side.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't look particularly... You know, like, the other library was really organized, and there was people who were like, don't take the books, and they, like, helped you find books, whereas it kind of feels like they wouldn't notice and or care. Doesn't look like they would care. Yeah. Anyway.
What
Right,
about
well.
this book?
That's the same one you threw at me earlier, I think.
Really? There are two copies in the same room? Weird.
Oh no, I tried to put it back. I don't know. Maybe you grabbed it. Nope. There's that one I put away. So yeah, it looks like there's two copies of that book.
Largely, all this stuff seems pretty useless. It seems like all the important information is in the King's private collection.
May I see that image of the Swiss cheese woman? Just curious if, I don't know, I recognize her from like maybe an old family thing or something like that.
Doesn't seem to be someone that you recognize.
Doesn't look like
It's also
particularly
just kind of a
shadowy figure.
drawing. It's more like a stick figure almost. Like it's really hard to see. It's not very detailed
Okay.
in that sense, but it's detailed enough to see that there's some inconsistencies with the body, at least.
Yeah. Okay. Just trying to see if it looked like a particular shadowy figure in my head.
No, you're just not.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, that's not detailed as I thought it would be.
It's going to
Right.
be very
There's lots of
concerned if you
holes.
did recognize them. A family member, that would be
Eventually, the door opens, and the young lady that was taking donation comes in and says, "Excuse me, we'll be closing soon. Just as a heads up."
Excuse
course.
me, can we take some of these with us?
As long as you note down with one of us which book it is and where we can get a hold of you, then yes, that is completely okay.
Right, good.
we are funding this entire.
You think 10 gold would be enough for 3 books?
Well, donations come and go, right?
Knowledge is forever.
If you got stone shape, you just like etch our names and like a plaque on one of the stone bricks in here, like library funded by VK Incorporated.
The Celeste Wing. The Drekkic basement.
The Drekkic relaxation
No
area.
light here. Read like Drekkic.
Drekkic is fun, like the child's play area where people,
Yeah.
like, their kids would go to
Dungeon
the
reading
video.
area.
A is for.
Alright, so we will take the books that we've been having a look at, and I think we're good to skedaddle.
Yep. What are you gonna write down as the destination where you are living?
X.
They do require
Mira's
someone.
house.
Where are you guys living? I've done this before. Signature. There you go.
No autographs, please.
Mira's house. That's a good idea. But anyway, would suggest John's house.
We could do Ingway's house, right?
Oh, in
Kronos.
Kronos. Great idea.
Carburetor Street 26.
Even better. Carburetor 26.
I mean, technically that is your house. I mean,
Anyway, we're on board. You can find me there anytime.
No problem.
That's my place.
You have noted Carburetor Street 26 in Kronos.
I gave myself carpal tunnel for no reason, writing down those notes.
There you go.
X.
So you are permitted to have those books, and you are led towards the exit, as well as the church closes down for the night.
Thank you.
Well, sun is set. Do we want to go towards the Karameshi estate, or do we want to go and speak to Midos?
Karameshi.
I think the Karameshi's sooner rather than later, and then we'll head back, and hopefully there'll be an update on what's going on in Ludak. Which, by the way, would one of you be able to message my friend, Cromrig? Just let him know that the village around the corner from him, well, the city, is under fire, and make sure he's all safe. I don't know if you could see Ludak from Luxeable, but
Yeah, you can.
are you good? Okay.
Yeah, you can definitely see it.
You probably
Can I
see
smell smoke in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been smoky in the air since you've seen this.
it. Damn. You know what? It's probably close enough. I'm sure they know what's going on. He's pretty on top of things.
Sure.
To the Karameshi house, right?
Oh.
Right.
So you head off. The streets are thinning out a bit. It's becoming a little darker than it was earlier when you were walking here, and you end up finding yourself in front of the Karameshi estate. Not too much of a walk from where you were. Things look a little different from when you were here last time. The secret entrance where the horse carriage went through, you don't have access to, but there is a main entrance where there is two guards wearing black and gold plate mail armor and has halberds. And as you approach, they both stop you. Halt! What is it that you want?
We are seeking an audience with Rokan.
And who are you?
We are VK Incorporated. We were under the employ of Valentina Karameshi.
Right. So you are friends of his daughter.
Yes.
He does not accept anyone today. You can come back tomorrow during daylight.
Right.
Understood.
Be here tomorrow.
And he puts his back on.
Well, that went well.
That yeah. Guess that.
You
made
said
it.
that it would be dangerous to visit this place.
I mean, I think it still could be, depending what's going on inside.
Honestly, I think we've gotten a lot of information, even if it was after two sentences.
Also true.
Or she has a dad. Everyone has a bloody dad.
I really like your dad, Drake. He seems like a nice guy.
You're funny.
See? That works!
Where do you want to head now?
Well, do we want to go back and see if there's any news? Well, I'm wondering if we can. No, there'll be no cryos around or anything at this time. I just want to know where we would go to get news directly from the source.
I can tell you where. To the tavern!
Inside check.
Yeah. Maybe not.
The news is the name of an ale.
We want to go to the stingiest, lowest life tavern in the city, because that's where you'll get your news.
On the way to the stingiest, lowest life. Is there any of those letter writer deliverer people?
Yes, but they're closed for the night.
They're closed. We can't send letters.
You're so
for tomorrow.
shocked.
No, it's a little late. It's around like 8ish now.
To the tavern.
All right.
What news are we after, by the way, Celeste? I just heard news and thought tavern.
On the situation outside the gates. On
Yes, stingiest.
news.
That'll get that.
Should go to the cop pub.
So, with a little bit of asking around, you know that the Three Ravens within the Einspire is a good place to go for dingy stuff. If you want to, you can go there. You can also go to the Silver Tongues, which is a more prestigious place because it's right in front of the college. And there's a lot of other options too, if there's another place that you would want to go to. But the dingiest is definitely Three Ravens, which is the franchise of the king himself.
One. Ravens.
go to the Three Ravens. Do you want to go to a college bar? What are you talking about? Crypto.
You've been there
or
before.
anything?
If you want to find travelers that have been in and out of places, you don't want to go posh.
Oh. So
Makes sense.
you head there.
Yeah.
So the bar itself is in a very lively mood. This is in the poorer part of town, so obviously there's a lot more simple people here, and there's a lot of noise and a lot of background yelling and screaming at each other. People are playing cards in their corner, and they are laughing and having a great time. There's no like negative feeling within this place. Some of the songs that people are playing do sound familiar. Does sound like covers of Sons of Flimf. They do seem to get everyone rowdy and everyone up off their chairs.
Oh,
They're not even that good. Why is everyone playing their stuff?
All right, guys. I've got a plan. All right. I'm going to announce our presence here. I'm gonna buy a keg for everyone, and I'm gonna let them know we're friendly. Then you guys go and ask questions, because I won't be in the mood.
Well, so a keg is going to be 5 gold.
I'll buy 2.
For everyone.
There we go.
Drekic's making
Yeah,
friends
and I'll
while we're
just
making
walk.
allies.
I'll basically just open the door to the tavern with gusto, like just to try and get as many people to look at us enter as possible.
I'm going to
And
use
go.
minor illusion to make it look like he's like glowing a little bit. Like prestidigitation, like the.
And I'll just
Sticking
say, my
something out of his
friends
beard.
and I have come to liven up the party. Drinks are on me. 2 kegs, Mr. Tavern Man.
So it definitely stops a little bit, and you see that the music skips a beat as Jackie enters. And everyone's like, yeah, thank you. And they all go and have some of the free beer. And everyone's lively news. And everyone's having a great time. And you get a lot of shoulder claps and stuff like that as you enter, giving free drinks and such. The majority of the people here seem pretty much like farmers. And some of them does look a little bit like riffraff, that could potentially be dangerous on the wrong side of town. But most of them seem to be just in a good mood. So what is the plan? So Drekig, make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's actually all right. 18.
Yeah, you do pretty well, even though you do some heavy drinking.
Sean's gonna ask for the books and pretend to be having a look through all of them for the information, but he's mostly just gonna flick through 2 of them, and then he's just gonna be reading the one about the cross over and over again.
Right. Okay. Celeste?
I was going to try and loosen up, I guess, like the crowd and kind of get everyone like drinking more and whatever. I was going to do a very like the last Saskatchewan pirate type like jig, which is very much like about farmers and wheat and barley and like pirates stealing all your grain, and it's very just like
No problem. There is a moment where the band takes a break, and as you approach the stage, they nod at you and respectfully show you to a seat if you want to on the stage, or just let you lend. They lend you their instruments if you need to. They can see that
she is not going to use a stage. She's going to be up on tables and
Okay.
like up, like
Nice.
walking like along the bar, very much just like part of the group, kind of making it feel like it's like a natural thing. She's not, you know, she's very much like part
Very
of
well.
the group, not being like away from everyone.
Well, make a general performance check with advantage.
And I would also like to cast guidance by clapping her on the back just before
There
she
we
gets
go.
up there.
Make an
Is
attack
that-
roll.
It's a D4 guidance.
Yes.
Yep.
I should know this. Right. Advantage. Alright. So the first one is. Ooh, I might need that advantage. Okay, that's better. Oh, D4. Okay, that's a 3, that's not bad. That is a 25 total.
Very well. You definitely liven up the mood and get people to drink a little more, and everyone's happy. And they seem to forget about the songs about the furbolg hiding in the bush or the old man who couldn't hit anything, or the really yelly elf. But it seems to liven them up, and everyone seems to be how should you say more inclined to talk to you or your compatriots, and you make 7 gold from the transaction as well as a tip.
Almost made a profit.
Yeah, 3 gold away from profit.
And Ingwe,
I don't know why we. I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts, but I don't
okay.
quite know why. And try to establish. There is 2 things that I would like to establish from the general poor, shitty crowd, who knows everything because they're the people that know the things. Power to the comrades. I would like to know what's happening in the war.
Okay. And what's the other thing?
And what is happening with the attack on the garrison?
Okay. Make a general arcana check, I'd say.
Do I get advantage because I cast detect thoughts?
No, that just means that you can detect their thoughts, unfortunately.
10!
Right, it's not too bad. It's not things they're trying to hide. You don't have to dive deep to get some of the concerns. Most of the concerns are, are we going to war? What's going on? And I wonder what happened to the garrison. They said that there was this guy who did it, and they're worried about it. And some of them are like, oh yeah, did you hear about that? And you hear some of them actually having this conversation, not just in your head. It seems like Ludak has been retaken without any fighting back. No one's fighting back. The city was destroyed, or pretty much almost destroyed, and left to its own demeanor. And the city was immediately recaptured without any resistance. A lot of people make up stories about who they think did the garrison, and one specific story is that they think it's the alleyman slasher, which is obviously not really in line with what you know. However, that seems to be a general concern of the more civilian population that the alleyman slasher has stricken again.
Yep. I will. I also would like to go and get a room.
Okay.
I'm assuming there's a room here.
There is not currently any rooms at this place. This is not a place with rooms. This is a place where you just drink and have fun.
Okay. In that case, I will continue to listen and get the information that I've already got.
Right. This is not a big place in that sense, but they have placed most of their attention to the amount of people they can get drunk at a time.
Yeah, and I'm not drinking, so...
Nope, that's good. Is there anything else?
Can I do a general perception, just to see if I can hear pieces of whatever the crowd is saying about news on the outside?
You can make a perception check.
22.
You also hear some of these news that Ludak has been recaptured and there's no resistance, and they think that it's the alleyman slasher, and some of them think that maybe there's a moon beast that has come down and eaten everyone. Maybe it was giants, flail snails, or snail flails, or whatever you call them. But it just seems like kind of superstitious thoughts that comes out, and most of them laugh at it after they say it and just drink something. So it doesn't seem like they necessarily believe what they're saying either.
Okay, guys.
I think we should go back to your sister's place.
Yep, sounds good. What did you guys manage to find out?
These people like to drink.
Yep.
Right. Celeste can dance.
I meant more on the circumstances, Ludak, or...
As we're walking back, relay the information in like really intense detail, like, oh yeah, the dwarf man said this, and then like, so you get
Yeah, peculiar birthmark.
So you get the sense more about, because I'd probably believe the alleyman slasher theory, because it would be consistent, and actually Jacob believes the alleyman slasher theory, so
That's good. That's good. Love it. Okay. Anything?
Celeste, you need to play like that more often. Why don't you play like that more often?
But I was mainly, trying to rile up the crowd and get them to like us, get them on our side. It was a little bit of, it was teamwork, really. You walked in, bought everyone a drink, and then I.
yeah, great team. We're really we're really starting to work together on this.
What did you do, John?
I continued research on the books.
Oh yeah, fair. See, teamwork.
Did you find anything else out interesting?
Did I find anything else out interesting?
No. Most of the books is just most of that specific book is just a drawing of it, and so specifically with the drawing, you can also see that it's not just a cross by itself. It seems to be a cross that's made into like 10, like it's 10 sides. So if you have like a 10-sided cylinder, and then another 10-sided cylinder. It's 2 cylinders where one goes inside the other.
Oh, okay, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Like a fence
Yeah,
post.
it's kind of like if you have, you know,
Wow.
when you have a cut crystal, it has like 10 sides or something. You pop that 2 of them into each other. That's pretty much what that looks like. Most of the information is pretty vague. They haven't been able to investigate it themselves.
Yeah, it's like a cut gemstone in sort of texture, so to speak. Yeah, I got it.
Yes.
Nothing else, unfortunately.
Right. Well, should we head back to your sister's house? What's the time now? About 10 p.m.
Probably about
Looking
10, 11-ish.
at
We
the
spend a little
moon.
bit of time there. Becky gets a little buzzed.
Yeah, let's head off. Which Jean put the books in his bag, by the way.
Yep,
He's
that's
done.
perfectly
If
fine.
no one contested, but yeah.
So after a little bit of walking, you arrive back at the destination, and the guard is still outside. He nods at you as you arrive. He knows that now you are on the list. He opens the door for you and lets you back into the house.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, it is good that we got back. I am glad that you'll be able to spend some more time with your family.
Yeah, I was worried I'd have to just simply do a quick goodbye and get us out of here. Yeah.
Before we go to bed, should we decide on the plan for tomorrow? I know that we have to go and speak to the Karameshi, to Rokan Karameshi. Can we just confirm what we're going to be talking to them about, just so we all know kind of the extent of what we're going to share?
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure myself, to be honest. Was kind of going to work on the idea of depending on what they know and what they say.
Just
But,
worried about, oh, you worked with my daughter. She went missing. Yes, we were there when she fell into a giant bubbly pit of lava. She gave us all this information, and I just feel as though, what if they don't know what she was working on? She had the book. She had this whole thing to end her family line. I just feel as though I'm not quite sure the line to tread.
I don't personally know these people, but I don't think we should start the conversation with, oh, she fell in a pit of bubbly lava.
No. No,
Yep.
me neither.
They probably know she's dead, though, right? Like, it's a powerful family with access to magic, so they could have, like, figured out
Yes.
she'd already died.
But, well, they know that she's dead. I think we can say that, given what Sparrow Steel Singer, given what Steel Singer said, I think it's more around the circumstances and our proximity to the event that we may want to keep to ourselves for now.
Seems
So-
to be proximity to a lot of events.
Yes.
That's interesting, because I've found that every time we keep a secret from someone, they don't trust us anymore. But if we tell them the truth at the start, they do trust us. Maybe we should try and figure out who this Rohan Karameshi guy is before we go and meet him. And so we know if he's a bad guy or a good guy. And then if he's a bad guy, we lie to him. And if he's a good guy, we tell him all the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me, golden patrons.
Especially about that part of us in the hot tubs.
What? Yes.
The whole
What?
truth from the beginning? Like from when I was born, truth? Like, what are you talking about?
Let's. You know what? We'll figure out those details in the morning, I think.
suppose it is quite lucky that Drakic wasn't there for the majority of the
I'm a
events
bit
that we're
dizzy, to
talking
be
about.
honest.
Because we do have the tattoos, right? And their family passed it down as like a secret family tradition to know about the tattoos. So we've already got like a trusted in.
We could ask Midos in the morning as well, see if he knows anything. I believe he grew up here. Right? Is Midos a native of
I
King's Hill?
mean, you know that he's a native from the area, at least. You don't know if he specifically grew up in King's Hill, but...
Okay. If so, he may have a better understanding of the family and their history. Maybe have some information on them.
She does run in higher circles, I suppose. He is part of kind of that echelon of society, so he may have some insider information.
Well, maybe we could go and catch up with our mates that we know here. Like we could go. I could go and see Oren and ask him, and you could go and see the people that you hang out with at that party, and ask
Mine's
them.
literally dead.
Oh.
Not great.
I feel as though you saying hanging out was a little bit on the nose.
That's what I did. I mean, I
I don't
stole the
understand.
shoes, but you know.
Were you hanging out when they died?
We got drunk. No, he's still alive.
Oh. They're not dead?
You'd really
No.
like Oren. He was good.
Lorian is
Wait.
dead. We saw that his body hanging in the chapel. He was hung. Like this morning.
Oh, did you know that guy? Or one of them? I thought you only knew the guy that was not dead. And then the other guy that was not there.
No. The one that was hung with the family, with the prince.
And I needed a good ale after a day like today.
It's been a very long day.
It's been a long
Yeah.
day.
A long day. Just to confirm, it was the prince at the hanging that nearly had me killed, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, I thought so. Small part of me was like, was that the king? No. Okay.
The prince.
No. So he was the king's brother.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
I was just gonna say, it may sound like an odd suggestion, but if all seems good with this this new Karameshi, I guess, and we were looking to earn their favor or trust, do you think it would be a good idea to hand them this as a gesture of good faith? And I'm gonna look through my bag and pull out the blunderbuss.
Why do you want to give him the megaphone?
This belonged to his daughter. It was a device she used to fight with.
She has to fight with her voice?
Make
In
it
a
sound
way,
as
I
though
guess.
That's strange.
So, actually, I think that's a really good idea. Maybe instead of Celeste's idea where we keep information and hide it like we're lying, maybe I'll just be really specific about specific information, like how she died and why she died and the people that killed her and the colors in the volcano that she dived into when she pulled that creature. Do you think there's a way that we can be truthful in a really specific way that'll be helpful? Like, we were there and she went there with us and we've got tattoos and this is what happened, without telling, you know, like how I wrote down in my book about the things I weren't supposed to say, and I'll just say the things that we did that were very specific to our relationship with her.
Just
Sorta
to be
like,
clear, sorry.
No, go for it.
Just to be clear, I'm not against divulging information as the time comes and as the conversation finds it pertinent. It's more so the fact of how we're going to lead into that and kind of a way to gauge the situation before we go in there. It was more what I was referring to rather than let's go in there and lie. It was more the fact of let's direct the conversation into a helpful place.
Be honest with all of you right now. I'm too dizzy, too tired, too traumatized to make up any sort of plan tonight. Can we sleep on it and come up with something tomorrow morning?
I think that's probably best. If we speak to Mitos and they have a bit of info on this individual, it might give us a better idea on how to plan around meeting them. But we got some ideas at least.
You can see Jonas coming down the stairs with a little candle. He realizes that you're there. Like, oh, hello. I'm sorry. I didn't know someone was here.
Oh, good evening. How are you?
I like your dressing gown.
Jonas!
It's a new thing. Do you require rooms since you're here so late? I almost assume.
I believe my sister mentioned she was gonna have some prepared just in case.
Correct. We moved a little bit around, so some of the rooms that you had last time you were here might not be the ones that you have today, just for brevity's sake. But sure, if you want to, I can show you to your rooms.
Much appreciated. And then you make sure to go back to bed. You clearly off duty, so to speak.
Oh well, I mean, sorry for the outfit. Yeah. Thank you.
No, you don't apologize at all.
What do you think of the Sons of Flimp? Are they a good band?
Probably never even heard of them.
I don't quite know. I haven't followed the new music
Old
styles.
man!
I mean, it does sound rather catchy. I'll have to look into it.
I don't think you'd like it, Jonas. I don't think you'd like it.
Right. But if you come with me, I can show you to your rooms, at least. He'll lead you up the stairs. And you will each be shown your own individual rooms.
I think we've got to get Drakic to bed first.
Yes, this bed here is probably the one for him. Right. Well,
He's just gonna face down in the bed and you just hear from the pillow.
show in the room. Celeste is put in the second room. I'm gonna have to make a band now.
Gonna make an official song.
Yeah, the theme song by Sons of Flip. But you're each individually shown to your respectable rooms. Yeah, and they are similar to the ones you had last time. They're just a different spot.
Take a nice long bath before bed.
I was literally going to say the same thing.
Yep.
Okay, you can all have a long bath before going to bed, if you wish so.
Not me.
They have a shower option.
Probably. They probably would, to be honest. Yeah,
Yes, we'll do that. She's a little scared of bath right now.
that's fair. You will have baths and showers and lay in bed and everything seems to calm down for the night.
Instead of having a bath or shower, Ingwe's going to go to sleep
Okay,
immediately and try and wake up before everyone else.
right. Okay. During the night, Ingwe, you hear something downstairs. It sounds like and then you hear it again.
Go to investigate.
So you walk out of the room, you go down the stairs, and you can see that the guards are not where they were supposed to be. The individual with the bowler hat is on the stairs, and he looks down the stairs as you come down, and he's like, "Did you hear that?"
Big sound.
Right. And he pulls out his axe, and he has a short sword, and he You can see that this is like a silver short sword and a well-made axe, but it doesn't really fit with his style of clothes. And he goes down the stairs and he's like, "What the hell is going on here?" And he kind of like goes down. Can't really see anything. Everything's dark. Goes into the kitchen. And then you hear... and a hand flies out, detached from the arm, holding the sword. And you see this shadowy figure come out from the kitchen. And it towers over you. It's 3 meters. And you see this wolf-like creature just look at you. And that's where we'll end tonight's episode.
But Tom, that's my family's house. But
Yeah,
Tom,
you
it's
have
my
a little
family's
girl
house.
there, your mom, you have a newborn, you have your
Truly
sister,
newborn
and your
child.
injured man. And yes. Correct.
And Drakic's drunk.
And the
There's
3
a
of you
reason
would have heard
I,
this as well.
I have my family locked away in another dimension where Tom can't touch them.
So no.
I've played with him before, and I've learned my lessons.
Well, who says that dimension exists anymore? Yes. So next time we will start with rolling for initiative.
Yeah.
3 of you are still in bed, however, but Ingwe is
And one of
rather
them's going
close.
to take a while to wake up.
My starting note for next session is literally just Drakic drunk.
And
boy.
to elaborate a little bit, anyway, the shape that you see looks like a wolf in humanoid form, black fur, but it's huge.
Like a werewolf?
Looks similar to a werewolf, it's just
Like
very
a
big.
farrier, I think it's called.
Finally,
I think we
something taller
found
than
the thing
Ingwe.
that murdered the guards. Poor bowler hat guy, though. Poor him.
He's
If only we
gonna
had a
die.
cleric nearby that could, you know,
Whoa.
heal him or something. Weird.
England.
Yeah, well.
Anyway,
Do we take the long rest or is that a short rest?
you did not get a long rest.
Dang it. No level 4 slots tomorrow. Got it.
You can get a short rest, of course.
That's okay.
Well,
I swear I used something.
I think you gave Bardic
You
Inspiration.
used a bardic
to the girl.
inspiration.
That's it. Thank you.
Anyway, let's find someone to raid for tonight then.
Oh,
Raid,
yeah.
raid.
Raid.
I have an 8 on raid, so that is not going to be me.
15.
10.
Natural 13.
5.
Oh, 13 wins, I guess.
15 wins.
Oh, who had 15?
Go,
There you go.
Laura. It's your
Laura
birthday.
won again, guys. It's
No,
rigged.
I won last week.
Oh,
I won the first, just for your
just-
info. I won the
this
first
session-
like 6 in a row, and then just like didn't win after that. Like
Just
just
peed it out.
was like, it got to that point where it was like awkward. We're like, okay, is everyone just trying to look like I won with like a 7, and I was like, ah.
well, I'm going to have to make some minis for a little girl and for
Baby.
all of those people next time. So there's
No
a
one
chance.
slept well. Hey, you've never lived in a house with a baby
Thank
if
you,
you think that
Valiant.
anyone slept tonight.
No, Drakic's the only one that slept, and that's because he was drunk.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of potential people I can kill now. You have Jonas, and you have your mom,
Derlin.
little baby.
We don't need to go through all those
Derlin's not
details.
gonna
I'm
die. He's the only
Derlin.
one that's
Spent
fine.
them all week.
He's the
I
only
mean-
one that survives. I just imagine like Drake coming down in the morning to get coffee, just like stepping over bodies and like not even noticing. Just like, ooh.
It's like that Shaun of the Dead intro where he's just going to get his milk.
Yes.
There's zombies everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Also, Derlin's upstairs, so you have him as well.
So he'll save us.
He's like a level 20 ranger, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
He's gonna die, and we're gonna get really good magic items off him.
Yeah.
I'd say
He's like a level 3.
he's probably more level 3, to be honest.
Yeah, no fair.
He's just got
But
weighted
with
dice.
expert in stealth.
But he does have a subclass.
I was gonna say,
May or
I feel
may
like
not
he's
come in
probably
handy,
just a
we'll see.
rogue, something like that. I'm very curious.
Yeah, we'll see.
Alrighty, for options for our raid, not a crazy amount. Yeah.
Playing Fall Guys tomorrow in the Discord. Yeah, so you want to join in? Join the
Yeah.
Discord.
Fall Guys plus something else usually. Usually we play Fall Guys or like whatever the first game is for the first like hour or so, and then we usually switched out to something a little bit more like chill, like browser games like Gartic Phone or Sketchful or like whatever. We usually switched out about halfway through.
Thanks,
so-
Dizzy.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Dizzy.
There you go.
Thanks, Beezy.
Alright, so...
And you can play GeoGuessr as well, maybe tomorrow. Let's see.
Yeah, I see there's like competition mode or something.
I think it's. Yep.
Gear Guesser?
Yeah, so you guess, like, you see a picture and then you have to guess where in the world that is.
It's like Google Maps,
Oh.
except it's a game.
Yep. And then
Fair
whoever
enough.
gets the closest wins.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I have heard of that. Just took a sec to register.
It's always Antarctica.
Yes.
Yeah, put in the middle of Utah.
Who we got to raid?
Alright, so we got, it looks like only about 3 options tonight. Everyone else, well, there's a fair few on the D&D group, but a lot of people are either doing reruns, or like are just making maps or world building and that sort of stuff, which is also cool. But the 2 actual other streams that are going on right now, we have the Eldritch Scribe, doing their Kingslayer episode 17, and then we have Corsair's Cove, who are doing their Humblewood campaign. And then there's another group called Ready Set Roll, AUS, and they seem to be doing a podcast style thing. So it's the TD podcast episode 9. So it's more technically difficult. Apparently D&D themed.
Oh, that's the name of the. Oh, that's the name of the stream. I thought you were saying like that.
Yeah. No, that's the name. Yes.
Podcast is more technically difficult. Is it? Facts from Sharuk.
I know the podcast well, having never seen it.
Strong in the podcast.
Only heard it. Only
Yeah.
heard it.
Well, let's give that a go then. Kind of a different format. I mean, as much as we love Corsair's Codes and Eldritch Scribe, we haven't raided these guys before, so let's jump over there, show them some love.
Oh.
Throw some monsters and raid him in chat. If you're our sub, pop in your little emotes. Just give them love, give them a follow, and just let them know that
We're here.
we support. Yeah, and we're here and we support the D&D community, and just hang around if you can for a little bit into the stream just to share the love.
Howdy.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Alrighty. Raid has been created. It's just loading up now.
Raid has been created.
Thank you everyone for tuning on in, joining us tonight.
And the furbolg hid in the bush.
As always, we love you
Omega
guys
headshot.
so much. Come join us on Discord for games and one-shots and things like that. We'll see you next Monday.
Appreciate the hype train and all the things.
Yes, we love you guys so much.
Bye.
3,
Bye.
2, 1. Right now, Monsters and Mayhem! And we're in.
Yeah. The stream hadn't